Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Holly Harris, Executive Director of the Justice Action Network.
Good morning and welcome to Women Unshackled, organized by the Justice Action Network, powered by our friends at Google, and co-sponsored by the Brennan Center and our sister organization, the Coalition for Public Safety. So when we were talking about this event, we planned for 300 people. We got 550 RSVPs. Clearly, this is an issue that people care about very deeply. Last year, I visited a secure facility for women in Louisville, Kentucky, and what I saw there broke my heart. Every woman in the facility was struggling with drug abuse, and when I asked the women in the room how many of them had children, every hand went up. When I asked them how many of them see their children, the room went silent. The director of the facility told me that for whatever reason, all of the men get lots of visitors. No one comes to see the women. He did say that the mayor would come in on holidays and on Christmas just to talk to the women and listen to some of their concerns. Aside from that, though, the women really felt like they had been forgotten. When I left the jail, I started talking to a lot of the women in this room, and I got educated. Over the past few decades, the female incarceration rate has exploded by 744%. 744%. 1 in 4 women entering our justice system is either pregnant or the mother of a child under the age of 1. Where is the outrage? Why aren't people talking about this? That ends today. Our forum is being live streamed on Vice Network. Where's our friends with Vice? Over here? Yeah, great. You can watch the day's events on Broadly and Vice News. We have an interactive social media booth in the lobby where you can tell the world why you care about the epidemic of incarcerated women and share it to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the stuff the kids are doing today. Make sure that you use the hashtag Women Unshackled. If you're on Snapchat, you can capture the moments today using the Women Unshackled filter. And I just want to do something real quick. Everybody in the room probably has a smartphone. Can everybody take out your smartphones? Take out your smartphones, and I'd like everybody in the room to take a picture of this packed house ready to talk about the issue that incarcerated women face. When you're done taking your photo, please upload. I think that's the right word, right, y'all? Upload. And say, ask me about hashtag Women Unshackled. Now, all the reporters in the room will have a hashtag to pull from when they need an interview about incarcerated women. From today are women, and that's by design. But we do have a couple of notable and very worthy exceptions. Congressman Doug Collins randomly showed up to an event that we did at the Republican National Convention in Cleveland last year. And when we saw that he had just quietly RSVP'd, we called up his chief of staff and said, does he want to open the event? Does he want to close the event? Does he want to moderate the event? He hails from Georgia, one of the most accomplished reform states in the country, having passed reforms to reduce the prison population, address the racial disparities in its system, and through comprehensive reforms, the state has saved roughly $250 million. Keep your eye on Congressman Collins. I suspect he's going to do big things in criminal justice reform in the near future. It takes a very secure man to address a room full of powerful women. And so it's my honor to bring Congressman Collins to the stage to open Women Unshackled.
Thank you, Holly. I appreciate it. Well, good morning, everybody. Oh, at least a little bit better. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Well, I'm excited to be here. I have always been surrounded by strong individuals, male and female. I believe in life that God has given us a great gift. It is called the first breath of the morning. It's something that we come into in life, and it's a passion that we have. And when you begin to look at this kind of an issue, I am proud to be here. Because when we look at this issue of criminal justice reform, we talk about women in prison. We talk about individuals in life. When I look to my right and I see the Capitol standing there, it is that hope of the world. So my question is, what can we do in there to be the hope of our communities? How do we take that hope of our communities and really begin to look at the issues in which we are dealing with? In which in my jails and state and local and federal facilities, when you have over 1/3 of those incarcerated dealing with serious mental health issues. We do not need jails that are mental health facilities. We need jails to put people in we are scared of, not those that we are mad at. And that's something we've got to take into credit. We've got to be able to sit here and begin to believe that those that need help, we've got to find better ways. Because what happens is when one makes a choice and they're incarcerated or they're choosing bad choices that have gotten them on the wrong side of the law, the question is, do we put them away and forget them forever? Or basically, how many of you in this room, maybe within the last 24 hours, have said something that you wish you hadn't? Said something that maybe made your spouse or significant other say, huh? I've been married gratefully for 30 years, almost come next June. I am very used to a strong 5'2" woman in my life. So when we understand this, the question then becomes, as was just said, Holly, what do we do with women and how do we again begin to make a difference in their lives, especially those that have been incarcerated, when 80% of those are dealing with substance abuse issues, when another 80% have young children. And when those are removed from the family structure, when those are moved from the community structure, It is the reason that we struggle, because we don't really know how. There's a part of our society that says, if you make mistakes, we don't want to deal with you. But I believe that there is a faith in this country that opens their arms and says, if any of you have not sinned, then cast the first stone. And I don't see a rock coming up. So my question is, how do we look at positive solutions going forward? One of the things that we're getting ready, and I've been involved in criminal justice reform on many different levels, we're getting ready to reintroduce is how do we deal with those prisoners who are already in prison and give incentives for them to find life skills that when they get out, that they can then take those life skills, not only reduce their time in prison, getting to halfway houses, but then take those life skills and then go back into the community with something that gives them a better choice. I believe deeply inside that women and men, there's an inherent nature to do something positive, to do something with their life. Sometimes choices and lifestyles and where they were born have inhibited that. But if we as a country value life as much as we say we do, then we value all life, even those who have made mistakes and have went through the incarceration system. As you can probably look at the program, this needs and is a bipartisan issue. There are many things in this town we can fight over. Name what the sky looks like today. We have a good time with that. But at the end of the day, when for me it comes down to a choice, and like in the state of Georgia, Governor Deal was once a member here for over almost 20 years and learned this and went back to the state and began to apply these principles, we're seeing lives changed. We're seeing people reformed. We're seeing people make better choices. Why? Because they have better avenues for choices. Because the governor has said, instead of incarcerating and spending billions of dollars to keep incarcerating, why don't we put them back into the community where they're actually making lives that spend billions and investing in each other? That's the kind of things that we need to work on. But it takes an attitude to realize that you can be firm and you can be tender in the same hug. Too many of us think that we just have to be firm and they'll get the message eventually. Some of you are saying, well, Doug, where did you get this? I have to tell you, my dad's a Georgia State Trooper for 31 years. He thought it was pretty funny to pick me up in high school and put me in the back seat of the car to take me home. I didn't tend to think that was too cute, but he did. Hey, did you see Doug? He got put in the back seat of the car. It's my dad. I get law enforcement, but I'm also a chaplain and a pastor. I've served in Iraq with the Air Force as a chaplain. I'm also an attorney who has represented those on their worst day. Because my faith teaches me if I was stood with on my worst day, then I can stand with somebody on their worst day. So my question for you and my question for this conference is, will we talk about the problems or will we search for solutions? Will we talk about the inequities and the problems that are out there and say and have a good group moment to where we know what the problems are? Or the question for this conference in my mind would be, do we take the problems and find the solutions? Because simply griping about the problem, nobody wants to talk about. You find positive solutions, then people will respond. When you understand that, I put things in simple terms for this old simple boy from Northeast Georgia. This is about M&Ms to me. It's money and morals. It's money and morals. From the conservative hat that I can wear many times, it's about saving money, but also from the conservative, compassionate heart, it's about seeing people as I believe they were created with infinite worth. Infinite worth. And if I don't believe that, then something's wrong with me. So my question for you today, I have you one last challenge. Follow us, see what we're doing. We may disagree on a lot of issues, but when it comes to the structure and the value of people, we stand together. Because if we don't stand together, then we're headed down a path that none of us want to see. When money and morals can come together here, we can find ways for people to have better choices, to have better outcomes, and to have our communities put together in a way that takes us not only from a firm choices and law and order society, but from one that says once you've made that mistake, let's give you every opportunity to recover from that and move forward and to restore families and to restore lives and to restore hope. When we do that, you will learn that hope is not a partisan issue. It is a life issue. It is for those who need to know that somebody cares. And for those around the country right now who may not get a visit, maybe they can catch part of this video. And I'll tell you right now, there are people who care. Don't give up hope. Because one day, you'll have the opportunity to re-enter, to see those family members. And I want to be a part of making that happen so that our society is made better. As we go forward today, my last thought to you is this. I challenge you with this thought. Find somebody, every person you look into today, even in this conference and out on the street and wherever you go, they have infinite worth. Next time you go into a prison, they may not be what you have chose to be. They may have done some things that maybe you chose not to do. And maybe they're unfairly there. But at the end of the day, when you look in their eyes, they have infinite worth. And when that is the basis for decision making, then we can begin to see a brighter tomorrow. God bless you and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Congressman Collins. I see that for this audience and Congressman as well, we've all been shackled by Holly Harris to support Women Unshackled. This is indeed, yeah, Holly can do anything. This is indeed an outstanding crowd of diverse and knowledgeable voices. And Congressman, we hope that you and your colleagues on the Hill are listening to the proposed solutions that work and will act accordingly to implement transformational justice reform. My name is Jenny Kim. It is an honor to represent the boards of both the Coalition for Public Safety and Justice Action Network. I also serve as the Deputy General Counsel for Political Law and Vice President for Public Policy at Koch Companies. For over a decade, Mark Holden and Koch Industries have advocated vigorously for comprehensive criminal justice reform to make the system more fair for all Americans and to provide second chances. And most importantly, a helping hand. Last December, Mark Holden provided exactly that, 2 helping hands, to Julie Dombo. She had survived a shooting, but doctors had to unfortunately amputate her arms and her legs. Her insurance company refused to pay for her myoelectric hands, and so she had lost her sense of touch and probably hope as well. But a chance meeting with Mark changed everything. When his advocacy with the insurance company failed, he purchased those electric hands and provided Julie with hope. Julie could once again feel and touch. So I ask you this. Most of us in this room have experienced that helping hand, whether it was comforting, soothing, and encouraging, and sometimes hurtful too. I've been smacked by my mom a number of times. Unfortunately, most of the women who are incarcerated, have been incarcerated, probably have never experienced and do not realize that there are hands out there willing to help them and to provide them a second chance. At this conference, sponsored by Justice Action Network, powered by Google, and sponsored also by the Brennan Center, we will be transformational, not because we are really good at just talking about ideas and eating rubber chicken, but because by the time this conference ends today, we will all have unshackled our hearts and will know how to use our hands to unshackle our incarcerated women and ourselves. Because when the heart fails to tell the truth, pain will give you the answer. And with that, please give a warm hand to Nicole Austin Hillary, the director of the Brennan Center's Washington, D.C. office.
Good morning. I'm so pleased to be here with you all this morning, and I want to give a special thank you to Justice Action Network and particularly to Holly Harris for including the Brennan Center in this amazing event. I have to say the whole concept of unshackling women is one that I think we can all believe in and get behind. We are at a particularly important moment in our history and in our country because we, all of us in this room, have an opportunity to make changes in the lives of people who deserve a second chance. And that is one of the most important things that any of us can do, those of us who call ourselves advocates, leaders, and people who just simply want to ensure that there is justice for all. So we are very pleased to be here and to be co-sponsoring this event. For those of you who don't know, the Brennan Center is a national think tank advocacy litigation organization that focuses on intellectual research and strategic communications to ensure that we are doing what we like to call at the Brennan Center, fixing those broken parts of our systems of justice and democracy. One of the areas that we are most proud of is the work that we do in our justice program. Several years ago, the Brennan Center took a different turn in terms of how we wanted to do our justice work. We realized, like all of you, looking at the numbers, that we had a problem in the United States with respect to mass incarceration. We knew that as the nation, as the world's leading democracy, what we were doing in terms of jailing Americans was despicable. The numbers were embarrassing, and we had to do something about it. And as an organization that believes in fixing what's wrong with our democracy and justice system, we knew that we had to get on board and focus on mass incarceration. So the work that we do on our justice program is to do just that. We focus very singularly on doing nothing but ending mass incarceration. So everything that we do on our justice program is related to that goal. To that end, we are involved in many different areas. Number one, we like to make sure that we are looking at new mechanisms for creating change. So we look at how we can use both law and economics and data to tell the story and to put together the kind of support that is needed to change hearts and change minds and to seek real reform when it comes to the issue of mass incarceration and our justice system. We like to do what we call serve twin pillars, which is we want to ensure that our communities are safe, but we also want to ensure that they are just and fair and that we have an equitable system for everyone in this country. We like to work on reforms at both the front end and the back end. We know that even once people have to be incarcerated, we want to make sure that while they are incarcerated, that they are being treated justly and that they are being given opportunities to prepare themselves for reentry. And when people do reenter our communities, we want to make sure that they are not treated like pariahs, but that they are treated like human beings who deserve respect, who deserve opportunities to work, be educated, and take care of their families. So every opportunity that is available to you and to me, we want to make sure those opportunities are available to everyone, even if they have been through the criminal justice system. Those are important goals for us. We also like to make sure that we are working with our partners throughout the nation on these goals. Many of our partners are in this room, and we thank them all for all of the work that we do together. None of this is work that we can do singularly, and it is very important that we continue to work collaboratively across the aisle and across political spectrums. I like to tell people, we don't care at the Brennan Center if you're blue, purple, green, or if you vote for the multicolored or yellow candidate. What we care about is justice. And we don't care what it looks like and what you look like and what your thoughts are. But if we can all be on the same page and get behind the same goals, that's what's important to us. To that end, one of the things we also do is we work with a group of law enforcement leaders across the country who are prosecutors, judges, former police chiefs, and we help to advise them on issues regarding criminal justice reform, because these are leaders in the criminal justice system who have said, we believe that in our roles as leaders in the criminal justice system, we have an obligation and an opportunity to create change. And so we like to work with other change agents. And that's what really all of us are in this room. We are change agents, and we have to remember that. It is up to us to create the kinds of changes that we know are necessary to make our criminal justice system work better. To that end, I want to introduce two change agents. Senator Kamala Harris is someone who is going to talk to you this morning about things that she is doing to create change in our nation through her role as a U.S. Senator on Capitol Hill. Senator Kamala Harris has been a lifelong public safety and civil rights leader. She was the first African-American and first woman to serve as Attorney General of California and the second African-American woman to be elected to the United States Senate in history. I got to pause for that. Throughout her career as a prosecutor, Senator Harris was a tireless advocate for the most voiceless and vulnerable Californians. As Attorney General, she prosecuted transnational gangs exploiting women and children and trafficking in guns and drugs, and she led comprehensive studies on the impacts of transnational criminal organizations and human trafficking in California. She fought for Californians that were hit hardest during the state and national mortgage crisis and won $20 billion for homeowners by creating a multi-divisional mortgage fraud strike force to crack down on fraud and pass the Homeowners Bill of Rights. Now, throughout her career, Senator Harris has been a leading advocate for innovation and reform in the criminal justice system. That's why she's a leader in Congress, and that's why she's going to be here talking to us today. She's worked to increase the adoption of technology and data-driven policing to assist law enforcement in the efficient investigation and prosecution of crimes. She established the first Office of Recidivism, Reduction, and Reentry, say that 10 times fast, and she pioneered the nation's first open data initiative to expose racial disparities in the criminal justice system. She served 2 terms as District Attorney of San Francisco, defeating a 2-term incumbent. She was first elected District Attorney in 2003 and was overwhelmingly elected to a 2nd term in November 2007. And now let's talk just briefly about what she's been doing since she's been on Capitol Hill. I know they say she's a new senator, but she has been a trailblazer, and she has been, as we like to say again, she's been a change agent on the Hill. She has been involved in several different types of legislation, all with the goal of trying to reform our criminal justice system, and specifically about making that system work better for women. She has been a co-sponsor of the Dignity for Incarcerated Women Act, which was a bill that was just introduced on July 11th. And she also is a co-sponsor of Protecting the Rights of Families and Immigrants Who Legally Entered from Detention Act of 2017. That was a bill that she helped to co-sponsor earlier this year. So she is an amazing voice for us on Capitol Hill, and we are excited to hear what she has to tell us today. And actually, I'm excited for her to give us marching orders, because I want to know what we need to do, and I think she's going to tell us. Helping us to have that conversation with Senator Kamala Harris is another change agent and trailblazer for women, Susan Molinari. Susan is the Vice President of Policy and Government Relations at Google. Ms. Molinari served as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Washington Group, a government relations and consulting firm. She also served as President of Ketchum Public Affairs and was a partner of Ketchum and served as its chairman of the board. Ms. Molinari also herself was a change agent in Congress. She previously served as a member of Congress. Prior to being in Congress, though, Ms. Molinari was twice elected to the New York City Council, where she served as its minority leader. She served as a member of Congress after that from 1990 to 1997. She became, quote, one of the most distinctive members of the House, and, quote, one of the most visible voices for her party. And this is according to the Almanac of American Politics. As a result, after just 4 years in Washington and just weeks after the election of the first GOP House majority in 40 years, Ms. Molinari was elected by her colleagues to the 8-person Republican majority leadership, making her the highest-ranking woman in Congress. We got to pause for that one, too. Ms. Molinari has just been a leader in the policy and advocacy communities for so long, but I want to share this last thing, and I'm going to ask her to come up, and this is so vitally important. Ms. Molinari is a 3rd-generation public servant. This is in her blood and in her lineage, and this is what she is committed to, and that is such an important part of her being a trailblazer and of her being a change agent. So with that, I will ask Ms. Molinari to come to the stage and help us have our conversation with Senator Kamala Harris.
I'm looking for Senator Harris.
I'm here.
Oh, wow. Okay, blaze that trail on up here. I am going to sit over there. I know you have some. First of all,
Hi.
Thank you so much. You're going to give some introductory remarks,
Yes.
then I'm going to grill you.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator
Welcome to
Kamala
DC.
Harris. Go ahead.
Yay. Thank you. Thank you. Nicole, I just want to thank you for your, where are you there? Extraordinary leadership. And I'm just so thankful to you, the Brennan Center, Google, everyone who's a part of this. This is such an important conversation. And it does not ever receive the kind of attention it deserves, based just on the prevalence of it in terms of the number of people that are impacted. And also, and I say this with a strong sense of optimism, that there's just so much that we can actually do to fix what is broken. And it's not going to require us to be that creative. I mean, the solutions are, some of them are pretty obvious. And the more attention we give to the issue, I think, the more obvious they will be to a larger number of people. But I want to thank everyone here for the leadership and for the work and for the support around this issue of women and the need to unshackle women. So, good morning. So let's just talk about this in this context. It is a critical and an important issue. And, you know, I have spent, as you heard in the introduction, my career in law enforcement. You know, my parents were active in the civil rights movement. My sister Maya and I joke we grew up surrounded by a bunch of adults who spent full-time marching and shouting. But I decided I wanted to be a prosecutor, which many in my family thought was a curious decision. You know, with some of them, I actually had to defend that decision like one would a thesis. But what I said then, way back when, and what I say today after a career in law enforcement, is that law enforcement has such a profound and direct impact on the most vulnerable among us, and has a responsibility then to be a voice for the most vulnerable and voiceless. And in the process of giving safety, there is also a responsibility to give dignity. So that is the lens through which I think of this issue. All that is part of my background and experiences. In fact, after my second summer in law school, I clerked at the Alameda County District Attorney's Office that has the distinction of being one of the great DA's offices in the country, in large part because years before Earl Warren led that office. And I remember distinctly, and my mother used to talk about it years later, one day, it was a Friday, and I was in a courtroom, and I started my career there during the height of the crack epidemic. So there had been a big drug bust, and there were a collection of cases that came in, and in going through the cases, I realized that there was this person who had been swept up in the drug bust. It was a Friday afternoon, and I remember realizing when I was looking at the case that the case, of course, would not have been called until Monday. This person was an innocent bystander who had been swept up. And because it was late Friday afternoon, most people had gone home. When I looked a little closer at the case, I realized that this person, this woman, had young children. And I realized that, you know, of course, no one, if they are innocent, should be held in jail, and certainly not over the weekend. But for this person in particular, I realized also that it would mean that by not being able to go home, it is very possible that she could have lost her job. It is very possible that if her children were unsupervised, that Child Protective Services would come and pick them up. And all that would happen to her life if she had to stay in jail over the weekend. And so as a young law student, I sat in that courtroom and I said, we've got to do something about it. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited. And the judge, finally getting a bit fed up with me, came out and with the swipe of a pen, made the decision to release that woman over the weekend. Here's the point of that story. In the criminal justice system, individuals have so much discretion. I, as a young 20-something-year-old law student, could make a decision about someone's liberty and life. The judge, of course, with the swipe of a pen, could make a decision about someone's liberty and life. And so when we think about this issue, we must always keep in mind the power that individuals have who are participating in the system, and by extension, those of us who have taken on roles of leadership around policy making, and by extension, all of us as leaders, in terms of our advocacy and the voice that we have that can play a role in addressing what might be wrong with these situations. And so I think about this in that context. And when it comes then to this issue, I also think about it through the lens of this. For years I've said I think that we've been offered a false choice on criminal justice policy. A choice that suggests one is either soft on crime or tough on crime, instead of asking, are we smart on crime? All right? And so I can tell you from my experience on this issue of incarcerated women, we need to be smarter. We need to be smarter, especially when it comes to the issues that impact this particular population. For example, there are 215,000 women sitting in American jails and prisons right now. We need to be smarter. Nearly 1/3 of all female prisoners in the world are right here in the United States. We need to be smarter. And when the fastest growing segment of our prison and jail population is women, we need to be smarter. And the answer, by the way, is not to build more prisons. And the answer is certainly not to privatize those prisons. Wait, I'm not done. I'm not done. And the answer, Jeff Sessions, is not to return to relying on mandatory minimum sentencing. We need to be smarter. We need to be smarter. And so let's think about how we can, in being smarter, reevaluate what we are doing and think about how we are treating women in the system before, during, and after incarceration. So let's start with the facts. First of all, and it has been said, Nicole mentioned it, look, I'm a prosecutor in my bones. Somebody commits a serious and violent offense. There is no question they need to be held accountable, and there must be severe, swift, and certain consequence. That being said, we also know that right now there are women in prison facilities and jail facilities that don't support, those facilities don't support basic hygiene or reproductive health. And that's wrong. Right now, there are incarcerated women subjected to the threat of sexual violence when they are being supervised by male guards in the bathroom or shower. That's wrong. Right now, there are women who are shackled while they are pregnant, and in some states, while they give birth. That's wrong. These are human costs to this system. And I'm proud, frankly, to co-sponsor, along with Senator Cory Booker, who I know is going to be here later, a dear friend, Senator Elizabeth Warren and Dick Durbin, a bill that we have named the Dignity for Incarcerated Women Act that will address some of these issues. But the impact does not stop there. An incarcerated woman means that a family will be impacted, and its effects can be generational. What impacts a mother impacts a child. Because the fact is, on this subject, we must keep in mind, nearly 80% of incarcerated women are mothers. Most, 65%, have children who are under 18 years old. Half of the incarcerated women in our country are more than 100 miles away from their families. So let's talk about what that means in terms of the ability to maintain the relationships with visitation. And be clear about this. These prisons aren't on the Acela line. Okay? They're not on a commuter line. So it's not easy to get there. These are real issues, and we have to keep them in mind. Let's keep in mind that phone bills for a family can, during the life of the sentence, data shows us, can be as much as $30,000 for that family. It's just not right. And research shows us that incarceration of a head of household can result in a 2/3 decline in the assets of that household. So there are real economic costs in addition to the human costs associated with this issue. And let's not even mention if either or both parents are in prison, what that means in terms of the likelihood that those children will end up in foster care. And as we know, there is a plethora of data about what that means for those children and what that means in terms of the odds being stacked against them. So let's understand the facts, everybody. And then let's think about it in another context. As a United States Senator, I agree that we must talk about wasteful spending in our country and by our government. I agree with that. I agree that we must be talking about the national debt. I agree and feel strongly we must be talking about tax reform. But let's be clear. If you care about those things, then you must also care and pay attention to what we need to do to reform our criminal justice system. These issues are connected. So many people will hear this speech and others, and they'll think, well, but this issue doesn't impact me. I don't know anybody in jail. I've never been to jail. Oh, but it does. Oh, but it does. It impacts you in terms of crimes that may be committed in your community. It impacts you in terms of wasteful drains on our public systems. It impacts you if you think of yourself as being a member of a civil society. And so here's how I think we should then think about it going forward. And it's about rethinking criminal justice policy and thinking about it in terms of, okay, then, so Kamala, fine, well, what should it look like, you say? So here's the thing. We all know from the public health model that one of the best, most effective, and cheapest ways to deal with an epidemic, health or crime, is prevention first. So let's talk about that in terms of this status of what we do before a woman has to be incarcerated. What do we do in terms of prevention? You know, when I was DA of San Francisco, I focused on this in a number of ways, including I looked at the fact that 20 of our homicide victims who were under the age of 25, 94% of them are high school dropouts. And then I realized an elementary school truant is 3 to 4 times likely to be a high school dropout. And so I created this whole agenda and an initiative focused on elementary school truancy. And now you all, half of you are going to boo because half of the city booed when I did what I did. But I said, okay, this is a big issue. Nobody's paying attention to it. I'm going to be the bad guy. And I said, this is serious, this is real, and I've decided I'm going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. I'm telling you, half the city threw tomatoes at me. Virtually, not really. And of course, I had no desire to prosecute those parents. But I said, look, we have got to understand how serious this is because a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So let's, as a community, understand that we all should be invested in this issue. And we put in place initiatives and programs, and we didn't end up prosecuting that many parents at all, and it was all about getting them resources and services that existed and that they needed, and we improved attendance rates by over 30%. So prevention, okay, and there are different ways to do it. I know a lot of you don't agree with that effort, but I will tell you that overall, it had a huge impact because we focused on prevention. So think about it then in terms of who the women are who are incarcerated. And think about it in terms of dealing with seemingly small issues now because they become big issues. So, for example, a seemingly small issue for some people, because they just don't think about it, is untreated, undiagnosed, undetected trauma. Among our family members, among our neighbors, among our coworkers, among people who live in our community. Undiagnosed, untreated trauma. Okay, so let's talk about trauma. That means you've been exposed to something really bad. It was harmful to you, it hurt you, or it hurt somebody you know and love. All right? 8 out of 10 women in the criminal justice system, the data tells us, have experienced some level of abuse. A large number have experienced abuse at the hands of someone who was in a position of trust, taking the form of child sexual abuse. A lot have faced abuse then and then later in life around domestic violence. So let's be clear about something on this issue of trauma. It means that you end up feeling pain beyond the pain of the incident that invoked the trauma. Well, guess what? Normal human beings don't like to feel pain. And so what ends up happening? We figure out ways to not feel that pain. And for many of the women we are talking about, that involves self-medication. And that leads to, of course, substance abuse, drug addiction, alcoholism. And we see the cycles then start and what those addictions cause those women to do and how vulnerable it makes them. They end up being vulnerable to predatory practices. People who take advantage of them. You commit this crime and I'll give you the drugs. You take the heat for what happened, because otherwise people are going to judge you harshly anyway. So let's look at issues like prevention and recognize that on this subject of incarcerated women, a large issue, a very big issue, is what we need to do around addressing trauma and treating it in healthy ways and giving these women options and accessibility to all that is available and can be available to help them with their trauma and help them with treatment. Let's look at the fact that there is an issue around how much we are paying. And again, this gets back to the economic cost. It costs us about $33,000 a year to lock somebody up. In California, it costs about $75,000 a year. Drug treatment on average is about $4,700. So it just makes economic sense in addition to all that it means in terms of dealing with prevention. It only costs $10,000 for community mental health services. So if we, like our friends in the private sector, are judging ourselves in government, unburdened by ideology, then this information forces us to understand that the best way to judge ourselves is to ask the question our friends in the private sector ask every day. What is the, and they use 3 letters, what is the ROI? What is the return on the investment? Because guys, as taxpayers, we're not getting a good return on our investment on this issue. So let's think about it from that perspective. Let's think about it from the perspective of, you know, I was, when I was home last week, or the week before, I visited with the women in the Chowchilla State Prison. It's in Chowchilla, California. It is said to be the largest facility for women in the world. And I was there because I just wanted to spend some time with the folks that are there and talk with them about current conditions and what's going on. In fact, all the women I met with, I told them I was going to come back and talk about them with you guys. I said, I won't be talking about you behind your back, but I have good things to say. And these women were extraordinary. And their stories were the stories that you will be hearing throughout the session today. You know who they are. You will know who they are. But I have to tell you, one of the things that I found to be unexpected is that so many of these women now in this facility, which is doing, you know, it's not perfect, but they've engaged in some innovative practices around mental health treatment and group therapy and training and giving people apprenticeships and teaching them to be electricians and all of that, is that these women sitting with them, many of whom had actually committed serious and violent offenses, having gone through these programs, these innovative programs, had an incredible amount of optimism about themselves and their lives and what they would be when they got out. And, you know, I found that encouraging because it also is about understanding something that is an age-old concept that really transcends every religion. And it's the concept of redemption. So, redemption. At the heart of that point is this. We will all make a mistake. And for some of us, that mistake will rise to the level of being a crime. And yes, there must be accountability and consequence. But is it not the sign of a civil society that we allow people the space and the ability and the resources to earn their way back? So I'll close with this. You know, one of the areas in the prison that I visited was they were doing silk screening because they're actually you know, we all almost every day put our hand over our heart and pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. You know, you look out that window, you see the Capitol, right? Flags wave there all the time. Well, at Chowchilla, a lot of those flags are actually being made by those women. So I walked into a room almost as big as this one. And there they were doing everything from cutting the fabric to doing the silk screen and pushing the paint right through the stars and through the stripes. And there was something about the symmetry, some symmetry there in my mind that I walked away thinking about, which is, isn't it part of who we are as Americans that we believe in second chances? And as we think about not only before and during, but after, shouldn't we, if we are truly going to do what we can do with this population in the spirit of who we are as a country, understand that it is incumbent on us to also appreciate that concept of what needs to happen around second chances and redemption. So that's how I think about this issue, and I'm going to close my comments now so we can have a conversation and maybe talk about some of the other things we can do specifically. Thank you all. Thank you. Thanks.
Well, that is, I think that is a picture you have just painted for all of us that will last in terms of those women in the prison making our American flag. So thank you for sharing that. Before I turn my attention to you, Senator, I do want to just take advantage of the microphone being on for me to, thank Holly for being a leading force. I want to thank Nicole from the U.S. Justice Network, the Brennan Center, Nicole. There's Mark, Louise, and Jenny for Coke for all that they do to keep our consciousness focused. And I just want to say to everybody in this room, when Malika Sadasar, who is our human rights attorney at Google, came and asked us about supporting this and being a part of it, one of my concerns was the worst thing that can happen, particularly in this town, is when you have an event like this and if there were empty chairs, right? We want to reinforce that this is. And so to have a room full of people with overflow, to me, just really sends the right message. And so I just wanted to say to all of you, thank you for being here, because I'm sure, whether it's Senator Harris, Senator Booker, I know Governor Fallon's going to be speaking, the members of Congress who are coming forward, they're not, I can guess that you don't get a lot of questions on this for your town hall meetings, that, your phones aren't flooded with, calls about that, right? The women in the Chowchilla prison cannot reach out to you. So it is not the issue. The elected officials that are here are not picking this up because it is the politically popular thing to do. And so I just want to sort of applaud all of you for taking such a leadership role, that oftentimes the populations, all the time, the populations who are most affected are not the ones that are scoring you for re-election or for financial contributions. And so that says a lot about your hearts and your minds. So I want to thank you particularly for... And of course, I could spend all day when you talk about we need to be smart. Honestly, you all know this. There's nobody smarter on this issue than Senator Harris. And part of it is because she has just worked so hard throughout her career and focused on this. And part of it is, as we in Google love you so much because you're so data-driven.
Yes.
And that's you can't argue with the numbers, right? So you talked a lot about what I wanted to ask you, but let's just start with, and I think I know the answer, but so women being incarcerated has grown over more than 700% over the last few decades. And I think we can guess as to what the reason is, but also why has it taken it so long as a nation to have noticed that growth?
Yeah. You said it. We are talking about a population of people that are, for the most part, invisible. They don't have any political capital. They're not writing checks. They're not voting. And also, here's the challenge in terms of criminal justice policy. It is a challenge to have people care about somebody who has committed a crime.
Yeah.
Let's just deal with the elephant in the room. But you see, in many African countries, there's a greeting. When you meet someone for the first time, you don't say, pleased to meet you. You say, I see you. I see you in your full, right, multidimensional being. So on this issue, it is so important that rather than thinking of these women as somebody who has committed a crime and therefore undeserving of our attention, that we see them in their full being and understand all that got them to that place, and the fact that most of them are coming out, that they are mothers, that they have a natural desire to parent their children even if they don't have all the skills that are necessary, and that it is worthwhile for us morally and fiscally to invest in them, to be all that they can be. It is important that we understand that it's not only about having them serve their time, but thinking about how they use their time in prison, so that we can actually change the odds when they come out. But the data piece, I'll tell you, I'm obsessed with data. When I was Attorney General of California, so we kept, as the largest state in terms of population in the country, the Department of Justice, State Department of Justice, we maintained an extraordinary amount of criminal justice data, because local jurisdictions, police, sheriffs, courts had to report that data to us. And what we generally do as government is we collect data and then we put it in some room and it gathers dust and we don't look at it again. But the beauty, Google, of technology is that we can now analyze large amounts of data in a way that can really drive better public policy and smarter public policy. When I came out of law school, we had big data, and I'll tell you what that looked like. It was a really tall aluminum file cabinet with thousands of files. Right. That was big data. Now we can write code to process all that information and engage in predictive policy, figure out what are the patterns, what's going on in there. And so, but in order to do that, we have to collect the data, we have to collect the right data, and then we have to analyze it. And so we did that, and we created an initiative in California, an open data initiative that I called Open Justice, where we share that. I strongly, strongly believe that on this issue and so many others, we need to have a commitment that government has a responsibility to collect the data and share it. And here's what I purposely am saying. I didn't say and analyze it, because if we're pushing it to that point, we may not get there very soon, and we need to get to the better place sooner than later. And so I know that within government, we don't necessarily have the bandwidth or the skill set to analyze all that data. But we just don't.
No,
Let's be honest, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but this is the beauty of open data. You public source it. So the point has to be to say to government, stop hiding that data and holding on to it, or making us scratch to get it out because journalists have to do a public records request. Share it. Yeah, it'll render you a bit vulnerable. None of us like to have our stuff just hanging all out there. But the reality is that it will actually allow us, embarrassing though it may be, it will allow us then to be smarter with the limited resources we have. Let's have open data initiatives around what's going on with incarcerated women. So everyone in this room, and I know there are foundations here and there are think tanks, and that we can all, each can pick off a piece of it and say, I'm going to dive into that and figure out what's going on, so we can be smarter and have a better return on our investment.
Now, is that part of it? Does that require legislation? I guess it just requires the Justice Department to.
I think that, well, I did it. I was AG. There are all kinds of things you can do without asking permission.
I love that. I loved that. Thank you. So I guess I just want to spend a few more minutes. You've discussed this, but to really underscore rise in prison population, the connection that you've used for data, using data to the fact that, what overwhelmingly the women who are incarcerated are for nonviolent crimes, and that and have a background of trauma, usually sexual trauma, and then you carry that to the fact that the overwhelming majority of them have children. How do we deal with all knowing all that? And I guess particularly, how do we develop a national strategy for how we do with their children.
Yeah. So your question raises a lot of points. So I'll unpack a little bit of it. When I was a courtroom prosecutor, there was a time, in addition to homicides and other cases, where I specialized in child sexual assault cases. They're awful.
Yeah.
These are awful. And, you know, I would urge everyone to think about the issue of child sexual assault the way we thought about the issue of domestic violence about 40 years ago.
Yep, I agree.
So there was a time where we decided what the king does in his castle is his business. It's not our business.
Right.
We will not get involved. That's between family.
Yep.
And then,
Remember that.
by the way, as more women became prosecutors and cops and judges, we said, no, she's got a black eye and her teeth have been knocked out. That's not just between them. And we need to then deal with it, but we also need to talk about it, and we need to remove the stigma associated with it, because it happens. It is a fact. Child sexual assault, I would suggest, guys, is still in that place where people don't really talk about it. And it makes everyone uncomfortable, understandably, and we do not talk about it. We need to do a lot more to encourage victims and survivors to come out and talk about what they've experienced, and for, if no other reason, so they can get help. And so that when we talk about it more, we realize that it's more pervasive than we would like to admit. And we don't actually have enough in terms of resources being put into helping survivors. So, you know, that's a very specific...
Really going straight to the root.
But I think we need to, that's one of the conversations we need to have. And that I put in the category of just crimes against women and girls, and boys, by the way, also.
Yep.
That we still haven't, I think, matured or progressed on that to the place where we should be. There is the other piece about getting support for families, and our foster care system is broken as a country. It really is. And, you know, again, talk about a population of people that have no power.
Absolutely.
And the data is so clear. It is very possible, if not likely, that a child in the foster care system will end up in the juvenile justice system and then the criminal justice system. And we've got to do more to address that. And in particular, I think we have to do more to understand that we cannot, we have to stop being so paternalistic about children in need. And here's what I mean about that. Oh, I could parent that child better than she's doing. Instead of understanding, you really want to help that child in the context of the family in which that child is being raised. Which means help that family. You know, paternalistic, where, you know, there's an underlying assumption that these women and men don't want to parent their children. That is wrong. It is just actually incorrect. They have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not necessarily the skills or the resources. So in terms of public policy, let's approach it from that perspective and understand. We have a dearth of parenting classes available to young parents. I mean, of any socioeconomic status, by the way. But some get by because the resources are naturally around them.
Right.
And others don't because there are no resources there. But it has nothing to do with the love that that parent has for that child or that family has for that child. So, you know, there is that. But, you know, there is another piece of what you're talking about that is also that we have continued to, first of all, the war on drugs was an abject failure. And we still continue, and especially with this guy talking about reviving the war on drugs. It's crazy. This issue, we made a mistake when decades ago we decided to criminalize what is a public health matter.
Right. Yep.
And women are suffering in that system, as are men, where whole populations of people have been incarcerated for what is essentially a public health issue. And we got to deal with that. And so when you look at the statistics around the number of women who are incarcerated for nonviolent offenses that are almost entirely connected with drugs and drug abuse, we have to understand. And again, the data will help make this more clear. We all know it. We know it anecdotally. Those of us who have looked at data know it, but more people need to be aware of it.
Well, and to your point that you discussed earlier, when people, elected officials, et cetera, wanting to not be seen as tough on, as weak on crime,
Yeah, right.
the data will prove a different story,
Right.
And allow them to, who are not as brave as you, to speak out.
Well, over the years, we rewarded, so in elections, you know this, there is a general appetite. You want to elect people who are going to be leaders, and we have decided that someone will be a leader if they're tough. But what we have done is we've made the mistake of confusing tough talk for tough action. Tough action on this point is to reduce the number of women that are going to prison.
You bet. Well, I don't think anybody
As opposed to
confuses.
saying lock them up.
I don't think anybody confuses you with the tough problem there. I think that's clear. I know that you have been focused on the challenges of money bail,
Yes.
and particularly when it comes to women and pretrial detention.
Yes.
You gave us a little example there. Can you discuss that for a bit with us?
So I'm working on a bill to encourage reform of the money bail system in our country. So essentially, here's the deal. We have gotten to the point where in courtrooms around America, someone is released before their trial based on whether they can afford to write the check or not, and not necessarily based on whether they present a risk to their community. Right? So that ain't right. It's not fair. And we need to get to a point, but it is an absolutely legitimate question about if you are released, will you create harm or havoc in your community? That we definitely need to do. And if somebody is a risk to anybody, then they need to stay in jail and
Regardless of their ability
and deal with
to
the
pay.
regardless, but it has to be regardless of their ability to pay. And that's the problem, And so I've seen very sophisticated members of organized gangs can write big checks. Meanwhile, the woman we're talking about, she can't write a check for anything. And so she sits in jail, and then all of these things happen. She might lose her children. She might, not be able to go to work. And right now, because a lot of courts are facing backlogs, people sit in jail pre-trial for years in some places. Years. So it's a very real issue. And so the bill will basically create a grant to incentivize, and we're suggesting we'd start with 6 states, and they'd have to compete for the grant money to do an analysis of their bail reform program, and then propose solutions, creative solutions, so we can get on the road of reforming this system. And so we want to start with basically creating grants as an incentive for pilots to be created that can be models for the entire country.
Thank you. I want to end, unfortunately we're out of time, but I could talk to you forever on this issue.
And I could talk forever.
And I'll, the topic of this, Women Unshackled, obviously we're talking about it in so many ways, in real ways and metaphorically. But the point being that there are still 8 states where women are shackled in this country while they're giving birth.
Right.
And to me, the thought of, first of all, that anybody thinks that you're going to escape while you're giving birth is someone who has never given birth before. But you think about not only that woman who is going through that with everything that's going on in her heart and head as she's giving new life.
Right.
But you just can't help to know. I know that that child is moments old, but to be brought into life.
Right. That's right.
Under a circumstance like that is just
It's inhuman,
devastating, and I cannot believe that we do that still here. You know,
It's treating human beings like animals.
yeah. So what can we do about that?
Well, what
Yeah.
we're doing right now. This is really important. You know, literally looking at our nation's capital with the firepower that's in this room, the heavy hitters that are in this room, and giving voice to those women so that they also know that, you know, we are aware that they're in that room right now,
Yeah.
shackled and giving birth, and we're not going to let it just be in that room. We're going to take it to the streets. We're going to talk about it. And, you know, and all of us as a community, as part of a civil society, are going to advocate for just smarter public policy on this issue. And that's really what it is, smarter public policy. It's not smart to do some of these things. You think that child's not going to know at some point that this is how they came into the world?
Exactly it.
And
Think
what that
about
means
that.
in terms of that child and that child's sense of identity,
And
sense
dignity.
of dignity and sense of purpose and belonging. Anyway, yeah, so I think, how about if we end on an optimistic note?
Okay, you go. You go. Let's do this. Yes. Please bring us back to
So
hope.
I'm trying. I'm trying. What I say is we can only go up from here.
Yeah.
There is so much to be done, though. And I know, and I've seen the list of all of the incredible people who are going to be part of the panels during the course of the day. And I just say to everyone, listen intently. Let's all take notes, and then and then at the end of this, and I'm sure there's some idea where we could maybe triage and figure out what are the top 3 things that has come out of today, of the many good ideas, where we want to put the limited resources and firepower we have into some very specific proposals around reform.
Right.
But the advocacy, the sharing of information are critical to getting to that place. So thank you all.
So I'm going to end on a positive note. Kamala Harris is in the United States Senate. How is that for positive? So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Take this. That was great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The morning breakout sessions will convene in 15 minutes on floors 7 and 8. Meanwhile, Google presents Love Letters to Incarcerated Mothers.
We're so lucky to spend Mother's Day together, but there are hundreds of thousands of kids whose moms are incarcerated this Mother's Day.
So we wanted some kids to share letters that they wrote to their moms. Dear Mom, hi Mom, I miss you very much.
I know I don't write you a lot, but this letter right here is actually pretty special.
Your second Mother's Day away, I took to Facebook and posted, I love my mother.
But most of all, I miss your love. I miss your hugs.
Every Mother's Day, I listen to all of our favorite songs.
I think about you all the time. At night, when I'm getting ready to go to bed, it makes me think of the most amazing mom that I have. I miss playing with you and sleeping with you at night.
I miss your smile, and I miss how you always used to say funny things on Facebook and post that. I miss how you used to walk. I can't do it.
I've been having some personality issues. By that, I mean my sexuality. And I wish you weren't in prison so you could be here to help me with it.
School is kind of good, but fighting in school is difficult.
Recently, I was inducted for the National Honor Society at my school.
Something good that's happened to me recently is that I went roller skating.
Mom, I love riding bikes because I just love riding them.
Dear Mom, I will always love you no matter what happens.
And I can't wait to see you.
From your firstborn, Tashante.
Happy Mother's Day.
I love you, Mom. Sincerely, Giovanna. Happy Mother's Day!
Love, Sanaya, your favorite daughter.
Happy Mother's Day.
Click on the link below to see more love letters to moms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily.
Public education.
New York has a lot of great programs.
Yes, you like echoing.
Excellent. So I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That was a little weak. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you. So welcome. My name's Jasmine Heiss, and I am the Deputy Director of the Coalition for Public Safety. Together with our sister organization, Justice Action Network, and our 8 national partners, we make up the largest national bipartisan effort to reform the criminal justice system. I think what's apparent, however, is that with this growing bipartisan consensus that our criminal justice system is too big, too ineffective, too fundamentally unfair, there is a piece that's missing, and that is the experience of women who are incarcerated in our prisons and jails. And I think that the attendance, both at this conference and certainly in this room, shows that there's not only a willingness, but an appetite to talk about these issues. I would venture that almost everyone here knows that 1/4 of the world's prisoners are in the United States. Less talked about, however, is the fact that despite the fact that the United States only has 5% of the world's women, we have 30% of the world's incarcerated women. So, just a little bit of feedback. Am I good? Excellent. Our panel this morning is focused on the issue of treatment and rehabilitation in the justice system. However, discussing that question of treatment and rehabilitation inevitably brings us to even larger questions about the nature of our criminal justice system, including what is bringing women into contact with the system in the first place? How does that relate to the communities that those women come from, and what is the responsibility of those communities in making change? What is the role of women in fundamentally reimagining our system? And can a system that is predicated on correctional control rather than compassion ever truly correct? Now, these are big questions, but I'm very fortunate not to be tackling them alone. We have a brilliant panel of women this morning who are not only advocates, but change makers in communities across the country, from New York to Louisiana to right here in Maryland. So without further ado, let me introduce to you today's panel. Immediately to my right, we have Gail Smith. Next to her, a proud Baton Rouge native and representative of the state of Louisiana, Representative Pat Smith. We have Dr. Bronwyn Hunter, who did not come far. She's just here from the University of Maryland, where she's an assistant professor of psychology. And then finally, we have Miyoshi Benton from New York of the Women in Justice Project. So welcome, ladies. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. And to ground our conversation today, so that you have a sense of who these women are, where their experiences are coming from, I'm going to invite each of our panelists to begin by sharing their life, their work, and how they come into contact with this issue of women's incarceration. So Miyoshi, if we can begin with you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Miyoshi Benton. I would like to start by saying thank you to Justice Action Network for inviting me here to speak. I am an associate at the Women in Justice Project, and our goal is to center the leader of directly impacted women in ending mass incarceration in the U.S. I'm sorry, it's really loud.
We have a little feedback, but we'll push through it.
Okay.
You good? Okay.
And we do that. Our main strategies to do that is organizing, advocacy, storytelling, and public education. And our leading principle is that women directly impacted by incarceration should be and have the right to be at the forefront of correcting our criminal justice system, or transforming is what we really say. And I came into this work because I was directly impacted by being incarcerated. And during my incarceration, when I first was arrested, I was pregnant at the time, and I also had a 1-year-old son at the time. And during that time, I experienced lack of sufficient amount of food while I was pregnant. The medical treatment was horrendous at best. They deny you your basic needs of like sanitary napkins and toilet paper tissue. And they identified you as a label. You lost your identity as a human being. And another experience that I had to endure was being shackled, which I'm not too sure if any of you are really familiar with that, but that consists of handcuffs, waist chain, a black box to your stomach while pregnant with ankle shackles. And through this horrific experience of being shackled while pregnant and hearing all the stories and having to live and breathe this kind of reality, upon coming home, I realized that I needed to get involved. I needed to be that advocate. I needed to be that voice for all the women that suffered, and not only for myself, but for the women that should come behind me and that would have to suffer the injustices and the inhumane conditions that I had to deal with. So I became a lead advocate in a legislative campaign, which my organization ran, and also partnered with Gail from the Women in Prison Project, right? And we had the leading, we now have, the anti-shackling campaign that was run in 2015 now have the most progressive law banning the shackling of pregnant women in the United States. And I can definitely talk to you more about that a little later. I just wanted to highlight in the beginning is that our work is so centered around women and the one who had the lived experience to be at the forefront. And we believe that because we are the ones who suffered, so we should be the ones who comes up with the solutions because we know best. So we use our expertise, we share them, and we work side by side with allies in order to correct and to transform this criminal justice system that we now have. But we also need to recognize that there's so many key components that came into women coming into the criminal justice system before. And it shows us that who we value in society is women of color, is women from low-income communities who we did not value that came into this criminal justice system and who we continue to traumatize and brutalize and dehumanize. And I think that's important to recognize that it's so many root causes that are, who's driving the forces of why us women are coming into the criminal justice system and why it has skyrocketed so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bronwyn.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I'm excited to be here today. So my name is Bronwyn Hunter, and I'm an assistant professor at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. The way that I really became involved in focusing on women in the justice system was through some personal experience with women who had been in touch with the justice system. And I was really taken back by the lack of resources that were available for women in general, but specifically for women when they were getting ready to come home. I grew up in Connecticut, and for example, Connecticut has 3 parole-based halfway houses for women throughout the entire state. And that's kind of it. So if a woman is going to try and leave prison, it's very challenging because the resources just aren't there. I was also really taken back by seeing women perpetuating this cycle, what we stereotypically think of as the revolving door, right? Women coming in and out. And again, it goes back to this idea that there's a lack of resources in the community. And so I was really fortunate to have many wonderful training experiences in research and clinical work I had the opportunity to work in the Cook County Sheriff's Women's Justice Program, which was the only gender-responsive treatment program in a jail system for women who are incarcerated. And while I was there, they had actually expanded at one point to include a community-based initiative so that women who were housed in the program could actually continue to receive free services upon release. I've also worked on research projects looking at different types of housing for women who are coming out of the justice system. And as I've been engaged in some of this work, one thing that has really struck me is that we often think about criminal justice involvement and women who are in the system as somehow being individually responsible for ending up in the criminal justice system. And I really like to reframe this as thinking of it as a community challenge. That really we need to understand that being justice involved is not an individual flaw. It's a systemic and community problem and challenge that has really perpetuated our society and continues to this day, as we can see with the large number of women who are incarcerated and the continued lack of resources and services focused on these women. My current work in the Baltimore area focuses on engaging with community-based organizations that provide gender-responsive treatment programming to try and build capacity for evaluation and for research. And I also look at the stigma related to having a criminal record and understanding how the stigma can impact somebody's life in terms of feeling rejected and discriminated against by society. So for example, a mother who may have been formerly incarcerated in the school district in my county in Maryland would have to actually pass a background check in order to go to their child's school. And so how do we understand and break down those barriers for women who are formerly incarcerated? So thank you for having me.
Good morning. I'm State Representative Patricia Haynes Smith from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I've been involved in this issue for some time. I served on the school board in East Baton Rouge Parish for 13 years. And during that period of time, I was always invited to go and speak at graduations in prisons, Martin Luther King Day programs, Black History programs. So it gave me kind of an insight as to what was really going on in both men and women's prisons in Louisiana. And it was through that lens that I saw the disparity on how the men's prisons were operated and the women's prisons in East Baton Rouge Parish in particular. So when I got elected to the state representative position in 2007, I decided that it was going to be something that I would take on along with education, because I believe the two go hand in hand. Education, since folks are in prison earning their GED or getting literacy, and then looking at what was happening in our prisons. And one thing in particular in the women's prison, I noticed and always asked, what are the training programs that you have for our women? And it always came up that they were doing culinary, horticulture, you would not believe it, child care, but upholstery. I said upholstery, okay. What are they going to do with that? So those are the kinds of things that we were faced with and still are faced with in Louisiana in particular. So some of the bills that I decided that I would put bills in and continue my advocacy for training programs for women in prison, and started to introduce a lot of bills that some of them passed, some of them didn't. Some that did pass were bills that I did work with our Department of Corrections. I did pass a geriatric bill, which was one that allowed individuals who were 60 years old after serving 10 years, nonviolent offenders who went through a series of classes, to be able to apply for eligibility for parole. And those are the kinds of things that, when you think about it, being smart on crime is allowing people to be eligible to go before the parole board to determine whether or not they can get out or not, whether they're ready to go into society. But whenever my bills didn't pass, I would always say to the committee, I'll be back. So I've been known as Persistent Pat in the legislature, because I do bring back bills every year, even though they didn't pass. I bring them back because I think it's important that we could persist on letting folks know that if you're an advocate for something, you really have to work hard at trying to get them done. And so I have some bills passed. I'm still working on the voting rights for felons, for pretrial voting rights for individuals who don't get to vote in Louisiana, which is a disenfranchisement of their voting rights. But one thing I'm very proud of in particular, after getting our Women's Caucus to go and visit with the women at LCIW, I had a conversation with our Secretary of Corrections, and I said to him, and I call him Jimmy, I said, Jimmy, we're still giving this upholstery class to women in prison. Why? So he brought a list to me of all the upholstery companies in Louisiana, and I laughed. I said, Jimmy, they're not going to get hired at these places. People throw couches away, they throw everything away. So they're not going to use that. Why not teach them welding? Why not take them down to the men's prison, in fact, since you're already teaching it there, to take the women down to the men's prison and teach them welding? And their jaws dropped. It's like, we can't do that. Just no way we could do that. Well, they found a way because there was a mobile welding unit at Angola, and I'm sure you've all heard of Angola. It was moved to LCIW, and they found a woman welding instructor, and 20 or more women were actually learning to weld. Now, LCIW has been in flux for a while now because they were flooded in 2016. So the prison is closed, and guess where some of the women are housed? At the men's prison at Hunts. They're in a wing there, but some are scattered all over right now. But one of the things that I have to say is that you cannot give up on your advocacy for something that you're really passionate about. And this, for me, even though I'm in my last term in the House, will always be my passion, even when I run for the Senate.
So I came to this issue initially because I heard during law school a panel of women talk about what their incarceration had done to their children. It wasn't about how they were being treated. It wasn't about anything about their offense or sentencing. It was about what was happening to their kids. So one of the first things I want to lift up, and I thank Miyoshi and her sisters for New York having the most progressive law. It was Warnice Robinson in Illinois who first raised this issue, and not by herself, but really spearheading this effort, made Illinois the first state in the nation to ban shackling only during labor. Was not throughout pregnancy. So I think it's critically important that we lift up and listen to and never forget about the voices of the women that are impacted, and then secondly, the voices of those children. Senator Kamala Harris took about 80% of what I was planning to say in this opening statement, which is great. She's amazing. The one thing that she didn't say, and she said, you know, 1/3 of the world's women in prison. That's wrong. You know, having to have officers, you know, when you're that's wrong. The one thing I felt that she missed, separating a mother from a newborn infant or a young child, that's wrong. The impact is lasting. The impact goes on far beyond when they reunite in most families, and usually into the next generation. In many states, 80% of the people in prison at some point were touched by the foster care system, in foster care at some point during their childhood. I think that's a stunning statistic and something that we have to pay attention to. I don't think we think enough about the fact that that does not have to be a given. That we do not have to incarcerate, that there are better ways, wiser ways of dealing with criminal offenses, of dealing with harm reduction. So that's my first point. Second point, the trauma pathways. I've spent most of my career in Chicago representing moms and children's guardians. And again and again and again, the pattern of mom who was sexually abused as a child, self-medicated, got into an addiction, and then committed petty offenses that earned her a stunningly long sentence in prison, being re-traumatized on a daily basis. That has to stop. We have to think more creatively. We have to think more holistically. They asked on the phone call about model programs. I have some direct experience with two, one in Chicago and one in New York. Women's Treatment Center, trauma-informed, gender-specific treatment in the community where moms live with their kids, very rich in community-based services. In their first 10 years of existence, had not one woman rearrested, not one of the women who went through their program. That's incredible. I mean, when you think about, 50%, right, of women who leave the prison system tend to go back because they have been re-traumatized, because they have not gotten what they needed. And then the second one, and I think we often make this dichotomy between violent and nonviolent offenses, steps to end family violence, which is taking women, some of whom have been charged with very serious offenses and had an 18.5% rearrest rate, not necessarily for violent offenses, but 18.5 compared to, in many states, more than 50% recidivism. That's a successful program, and it's working specifically with women who are survivor defendants, women who've been deeply affected by intimate partner violence and then charged with a crime as a result. So there are good models out there. There's no reason for us to have to rely on mass incarceration. And I think I'm going to leave it at that.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. So we will eventually get to questions from all of you because I'm sure you're eager to speak to our panelists. I feel very lucky to have the opportunity to do so on a stage. But just a few sort of moderated questions first. Miyoshi, I'm going to begin with you. You spoke about the experience of shackling, which is not only not supportive of treatment and rehabilitation, it's an additional form of trauma and harm enacted by the prison. Can you go into a little bit more about how, as we reimagine what incarceration looks like, prisons and jails need to serve women's most fundamental needs before we even begin to have a more ambitious conversation?
I think it's important to start out with saying that we need to have these conversations about the fundamental basic needs of what women need inside, but also have the same conversation at the same time of we need to stop incarcerating women. Like, we need to address what is happening before incarceration becomes a factor. It's important to know that prison, the culture of prison is punishment control, punishment, dehumanization, brutalization. These are the actual essence of what the prison culture consists of. So if we're being realistic, how can we really have a prison system that is actually giving people the human basic needs that they need if the very essence of the prison system is so hostile and so counterproductive to what we are asking for, what we're demanding, or what we need? But for examples of what should come to everybody, to every woman, to every person, to every human being, is addressing the trauma. Like, if we know 9 out of 10 women had some form of trauma in their lifetime before coming to prison, then we need to know that in that kind of environment, there should be programs for trauma. It should be staff being trained around trauma so they know how to handle situations. But then again, it's a prison, so how effective can that really be? Like, how safe can you really feel when you do have correctional officers that are inflicting this trauma that you, at one point in life, experienced in society? For me, another thing is medical treatment. I know personally when I was pregnant, I received horrific, like I said before, medical treatment where I had something as simple as a UTI, which is a urinary tract infection. I was 2 months pregnant at the time of my arrest, and upon my first visit to the doctor, they said, oh, you have a UTI, you get some antibiotics, and then it's done. Every visit after that, they kept saying that the UTI was gone. It wasn't until after I gave birth to my daughter that they realized, and they tested the placenta, sent it to the lab, that they realized that the infection that the UTI that I had at 2 months pregnant was a UTI that grew the whole time I was pregnant, where my child was growing, and that the infection traveled to her brain. Wow. Something so simple as receiving, like, it's not hard to get rid of a UTI. Like, it's something so simple, but they neglect to take it serious that, oh, because you are an incarcerated individual, that you lose your right as a human being, that it doesn't matter what happens to you. Another thing I feel like that should be a basic human need for a woman is being close to your children. Like, why send mothers to the furthest place and then expect them to be able to parent and keep this bond and connection and nurture and love them? It's almost impossible, but of course women are resilient and are amazing and they find ways to make it happen, but it's just obstacles that are put in place to keep women from being able to be moms and being able to have influence and being that nurturer that needs to be. I was at Albion Correctional Facility, which is on the borderline of Canada, and my family lived in Georgia, but when I was at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility, I was able to get a visit once a week. But once I moved to Albion Correctional Facility, I was not able to get one visit after I sent my daughter home, which was 3 years. So for 3 years, I wasn't able to see my child again until I came home, and it's just, it doesn't make sense. Another thing is, we need to start addressing people as human beings. So when you come into the correctional system, the first thing that state prison does is strip you of your name. They give you a number, and you're literally brainwashed to remember this number. You are identified as this number. They address you as this number. You are supposed to represent yourself as this number and not as the name or as the person that you are. So we're talking about basic human need, and you treat me as property. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it doesn't add up. Like, how can we? So if you're giving somebody a number, and I still know my number still to this day is 10G0418. And it's a number that if anyone is ever incarcerated, you don't forget that number because they drill it into you. That's your identity from that moment on. And I know it's one other point that I want to mention. Oh, maybe not. But I just think overall that it's kind of hard to change the criminal justice system that we have now. And of course, I definitely believe, like, I wish there was a better criminal justice system that we had, and to make the conditions of what women have to go through better in the time while we're trying to end mass incarceration and stop sending women there to begin with, honestly.
I'm going to ask you to pick up some of these themes. You know, it's been mentioned that so much of this work is trauma-informed. An estimated 90% of women who are incarcerated are there because of trauma they've experienced in their lifetimes. There's an estimated 80% of women incarcerated who struggle with substance abuse or other forms of addiction. Understanding this landscape, what are the baseline needs of women for treatment and rehabilitation, and what do those needs reflect, both about the policies and also the cultural norms that are bringing them into contact with the system?
So I'm going to rely heavily on a report that just came out in March from John Jay, Prisoner Reentry Institute, that is now being used in New York to do some front-end prevention, trying to get women off Rikers Island. And some of the basic needs I think we've already hit on. We need substance abuse treatment that is gender-specific and trauma-informed. When people say trauma-informed, I don't think people realize that that means that it has to be well-staffed, not in terms only of numbers, but also of excellence, that people understand what this woman's triggers are. What did she survive? If you don't know that, how are you going to help her overcome it, right? Strong health care and strong mental health care, you know, basic, critical things that you can't really move on with your life and heal without having those things. Employment and educational opportunities, the opportunity to do something about your socioeconomic status, housing and housing insecurity, one of the drivers of mass incarceration. If you don't have a safe place to put your head at night, it makes it very difficult to deal well in the world. And then family, dealing with children and dealing with extended family. So these things have to exist in the community to prevent incarceration. And I also want to just say a few words about how these programs are delivered. It can't be cookie cutter. The recommendations are to develop practices, policies, and programs that are relational, that deal with healthy relationships in the community, and that provide some continuity of care. So that as someone is coming back into her healthy role as a mom and provider and citizen and community member, that she has access on an ongoing basis to these services, that the whole family is engaged, that there's modeling of safety, physical and emotional safety, and strong boundaries, that there's clarity in the tasks and consistency. So these are some of the basics. I strongly urge everyone who hasn't already read it to go on the John Jay Prisoner Reentry Institute website and look at this. It has become the blueprint for a front-end diversion program using 5 housing providers in New York City that I think is going to be pretty amazing. But it's a very different way of thinking about what you do in the aftermath of a criminal charge, in that it is not punitive but holistic, and needs to affect every aspect of how the woman, the mom, is receiving treatment and participating in her own treatment. That's another critical component, is choice and collaboration, that she has control and is making choices. How do you learn to make better choices if you're being infantilized and can't make the most basic day-to-day living decisions, as happens in prisons?
Perfect, thank you. Bronwyn, I'm going to ask you to pick up from there. It's almost a perfect place for you, given that you look at data-driven treatment strategies. You also mentioned incarceration and women's incarceration specifically being a community issue. How does it become a mirror and implicate all of us ultimately? And how is that sort of broad responsibility reflected in how much we don't know about what's happening when it's working?
Sure. So it's our responsibility to decide on who our politicians are going to be, that are going to pass laws and policies that benefit all of us. And those policies that we currently have in place do not benefit women and do not actually even raise awareness about women who are justice involved. We know, for example, that trauma is a challenge that most women who are incarcerated experience. And if they haven't experienced trauma before they got into the justice system, they are going to experience trauma just by going into the criminal justice system. But we don't devote resources into communities that have high levels of violence or trauma. We don't go into schools and try to identify young girls who may have been victimized and who could use supports and be provided with treatment that's actually very effective. There are entire schools who have kids and young girls who have trauma symptoms that don't have the resources to address those symptoms. We also have to recognize that most women are not just going to experience one isolated event of trauma. It's going to be multiple instances of trauma and or abuse or exposure to different types of violence that then manifest themselves in a variety of ways. And so when we talk about trauma-informed treatment and being gender responsive, it's really understanding that the way a woman presents herself is actually a compilation of her experiences, and many of them being traumatic, and being able to do this. But the community often is not even aware of these issues or how to treat them. Our funding is not directed towards putting money into programs for women. So for example, there was a request for proposals out a few years ago for a halfway house that they wanted to be gender responsive for women in the state of Connecticut, and I was excited to partner with a local community agency that really does great community work. And we submitted an awesome application, and I was super excited that they were going to get this project, and the state actually decided to take the money away from funding a women's program and to put it into funding another house for men. So this is a common theme that we actually see happen, that the resources that are out there are often diverted away from women into men's programs for men or the justice system for men, and that we're still kind of working with an invisible population. In terms of research, the gold standard for research is that we have randomized controlled trials, which means that we're going to take a random group of people and give half of them one treatment and half of them nothing, which in community work is really unethical, right? How can we actually just send some people to nothing and some people to something that we hope will be really great? So what researchers have done instead has been creative, and often they'll compare, say, like women-focused interventions to mixed gender interventions. And there's been some promising results for individual curriculums that are relational and trauma-informed, recognizing that women's relationships are really kind of the core of what we need to focus on, relationships with family, community, self. They have shown that there can be some impact on, say, mental health symptoms and substance abuse. But sometimes we don't necessarily see the desired reduction in recidivism. And a final thing that I would like to say as well in terms of research is that criminal justice-focused research often focuses on recidivism as kind of this looming outcome that we want to achieve. And this is kind of what every state wants, what the federal government wants. Many states don't even collect recidivism data, so they don't even know what their recidivism rates are. It becomes much more complicated when we actually go into the data to try and figure it out. But in terms of research, we need to be able to expand beyond just looking at recidivism. What are good outcomes for women? We want women to be connected with their families, connected with their communities, engaged. We want women to be able to vote and have housing that's stable and have their kids in good educational programs in schools and to further their education themselves if they so desire. We also want women to be eligible for resources that will support them, like food stamps, for example, which you may not be able to get if you were convicted of a drug felony in certain states. So all of these things together are really kind of pave the way for a lot more work to be done at the research and policy levels.
Well, thank you for calling us all in to more work to be done. Appreciate it. So Representative Smith, let's bring this to Louisiana. And first of all, should just note that I think Louisiana has been on almost every justice reformer's lips recently. And I know we have some Louisiana folks in the front here. So shout out if you're from the state. Huge congratulations for a comprehensive reform package and really a bipartisan win.
And I do want to thank Justice for actually being involved in helping those bills get passed, because it was a bipartisan, and with a lot of collective work from a lot of people, we were able to, I guess the way we say it, move Louisiana from the negative title of the mass incarceration title of the world. You know, we say the country, but generally it's the world by populace, and we do have a lot of people in prison. But this reform package that the governor put forth this past session is really going to help intensify some of the things that you're hearing here today, especially for women. And one that wasn't in the package, and I'm going to mention it right now, these two young ladies sitting here in the front, stand up. Advocates for a ban the box bill for college applications, and they got it passed. And I can tell you that it was a struggle with some folks, but to be able to allow individuals who want to have that opportunity to go to college, to get a degree, and to be able to better themselves in a better job is just tremendous. And the box on that application prevented a lot of them, just like for jobs. We banned the box last year for state employees and for unclassified. But our civil service department after my pushing and prodding, was able to get promulgated rules to be able to let classified employees also have the opportunity for the band box not to be on the application for their jobs. But this package that we passed is going to look at mandatory minimum sentences, which we know is really a major part of why Louisiana has so many people in prison. So they're looking at some of the rules and changing those for drug abuse charges, for second-degree murder is also something that the law changed on us in Louisiana. You used to be able to get parole for eligibility for second degree. Then they changed it to a life sentence. Now they're looking at it again to be able to allow these individuals to have eligibility for parole. The food stamp issue was one, a bill passed. We are able now to allow individuals who have drug offenses, which includes a lot of females who are able to take care of their parents. They're now able to get SNAP benefits and TANF benefits to take care of their families in Louisiana. But all of this is just a drop in the bucket of what we need to do. We have budget constraints just like every other state does. And I've been in the House now, as I said, for 10 years. The first 8 years under the former administration, we cut our health, mental health. We cut beds in mental health. We cut the funding for mental health. And we changed our whole health system around to a public-private partnership, which is now even in dire straits for dollars. So this bill, the bills that we passed, includes a reinvestment portion for the savings that we have on individuals being able to get out of prison on parole or probation or even fully. That reinvestment will allow for more programming, for more mental health, for more substance abuse programs. And we find that, at least I know for a fact, that women, because they're a smaller population in Louisiana than the men, they do get lesser amounts of resources. So in my conversation with the Secretary is, how do we equalize some of that to ensure that when we do these programmings, that we're doing them some gender-specific things as well for individuals who are in LCIW. And the first thing is really to get the prison back in order, because being housed in a male prison, some are in Angola, some are in a juvenile facility that we used to have. So they're scattered all over right now. So to get them back into an area where they can have that discipline of being able to have these programs given to them in a better way. You can't do it when they're scattered because you're trying to worry about safety more than anything else when they're scattered as they are. So the most important thing is that these bills will be able to allow a lot of individuals to be eligible for parole, changing our sentencing, and we have provisional jobs that they can get certificates for. We also passed a bill last year when we did Ban the Box that an individual leaving prison can get a certificate of employability. We do a lot of training in our prisons, especially for our men. And Louisiana has a lot of jobs, but women were not getting these jobs. We're so high on high demand, high wage jobs. But then when you look at the high demand, high wage jobs, for women, the only thing we were doing actually was the welding. The other jobs were generally jobs that women could do, like I said, the horticultural, the clerical, and culinary, things of that sort. So the most important thing is to get them involved as well, and in those high demand, high wage jobs. But I can tell you that we're going to work hard on these, not only these bills, but in the future for sessions to come up. We're not through. We've got to definitely get more bills passed for Louisiana so that we can no longer have that negative title. We want to at least be number 3.
Coming for you, Oklahoma.
Exactly.
Well, I'll be honest with all of you. I have a lot more questions for our panelists, but we're running short on time. So I am going to turn it to the audience because I'm sure you have questions. And there's a hand up already. Do I have a mic runner in the room? Yes, in the back. There is a woman up here in the front who would love to ask a question, and the mic is coming to you right now. And if you could just introduce yourself.
My name is Taylor Nivell, and I'm with the Who Speaks For Me project, which I started. 293-799, that's my Fed number. DC DOC, 971-5901, that's my Fed number. DC DOC 293-799. My name is Taylor. Not Miss Nivell. I'm Taylor. And I started my project because I live here in DC, and I can't get a job. I'm educated, but I have a non-apparent disability. And that's what I want to speak to. There are two things. DC doesn't have its own prison. So we get sent to the feds. We get sent up to 500 miles away, meaning we don't have access to programs that are in the city, and we don't have access to our families and our friends. But nobody's really talking about the federal system and what's happening. The federal system is its own world, and all these things that I hear you all talking about, like why is this happening? Let's just be honest. It's sexism, right? The same things that happen in society are the same things that translate into the prisons. They divide and conquer. They tell us there's so much we can get. So I want to talk about the sexism. But the other thing that I really want to talk about is trauma-related mental illness and how that's dealt with on the federal system. Because of the Prison Litigation Reform Act, you have very little access to the world. I always say they disappear you in prison. What are we doing about people who have non-apparent disabilities who are suffering? We have substance use disorder programs inside the prisons, but nothing that's a residential program for women who have trauma-related mental illness or any mental illness. And you turn us out on the streets and you tell us to survive. So I really want to hear someone speak to that and how you really look at someone. I am a person with a mental health issue, but throughout my entire trial, which was high profile, nobody wanted to believe or accept that whatever I was accused of doing, which was BS, it really, when it comes down to it, was mental health and trauma. And while you say, Ms. Smith, let's look at the trauma beforehand, what about building a trauma-informed justice system? Really? So.
Thank you. Does anyone want to tackle any of those specific pieces? I mean, I think you could have been on the panel, so if you want to.
I just want to say really briefly, thank you for that. It needs to be community-based. Right. And as wonderful as Senator Booker's bill is, that is a gap, and so we need to address that.
And dealing with the federal prisons, it's a lot difficult for us in the states because we have no control of what happens at the federal prisons. We have to deal with the state issues. So that's something that we have to bring to Congress and have them look at how these things are happening in federal prisons.
And I will say quickly, as my moderator's privilege, there are 2 new federal prisons that are poised to be brought online right now. So if you want to talk to me about how we make that not happen, I would love to talk to you. We have a couple of women here in the front row and then one in the back there. So if we can get mics here, here, and there. And all right, you've picked another person. Wonderful. You go ahead and ask your question too.
Hi, I'm an educator, and I want to know what can I do. I see a lot of children who are affected by trauma, and I've actually, my whole entire career, I've worked with children whose parents are incarcerated. However, there's no services, and so the most I can do is have an after-school program, and that's about it. So what can I do? What more can I do for them?
Something.
I would like to say there are advocate groups in Louisiana that I've been involved with, and generally they have days where children are actually brought to the prisons. They even do backpacks for back-to-school programs, and they just have visitation days. So maybe that's something that, if there's no advocacy group that's available to look at trying to get some folks together to do those kinds of things. Even the prison chaplain that used to be at LCIW would have a back-to-school and a day for parents to relate to their children, just to have that time with them. So it's really important, and it's very, very important that they do that, because when I visited prisons, when you meet a mother and a daughter in prison, that's hard. it's hard, and they know that it's hard as well, because not only is that daughter there, the grandchildren are somewhere else, or great-grandchildren are somewhere else, in someone else's hands.
I have some specific thoughts, but let's take it offline. Let's talk afterwards.
Appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to have to crank through the questions. So one here in the front row from Smart.
Thank you. Yes. I was wondering if the panel could address the kind of stark divide that we often have when we're talking about people convicted of nonviolent offenses and people convicted of violent offenses, and the damage that does to how we think about who's deserving of punishment and who is deserving of support and of resources. And I'm wondering if the panel could also address how racism really fuels that narrative and that damage, as well as the system, and then also about the resilience and the leadership of women who are on the inside in challenging that.
Wow. Smart's giving us a heavy slate.
If I can just say, it came up during our bills that we just passed, very reluctant to look at the violent offenders. The DAs and the sheriffs were on the total outskirts of dealing with that. So a task force was put together to be able to look at what kind of bills we could craft in the future to deal with violent offenders. But every time you do a bill and it deals with violent offenders in a state like Louisiana, lock them up, throw away the key, we were always faced with either having it prospective, never being retroactive, and even prospective ones don't pass.
Miyoshi.
So this is like one of the most loaded and crucial topics, I feel like. I feel like at the root of everything, we need to look at the fact that these same driving forces that people who have nonviolent crimes are the same driving forces that people who have violent crimes. And it's on an individual basis. So you cannot look at, oh, the penal code labeled you violent crimes, so now you're a violent person, which is not realistic. I have a violent crime, and my crime is considered violent because of a penal code, but it never involved another person, it never involved any weapons or any kind of anything that you can use as a weapon. But still, I'm labeled as a violent person, which I'm not a violent person, and the many people that I know that have violent crimes are not violent people either. But then it keeps us stagnated, because if we cannot see past the violent and nonviolent divide, we're not able to ever end mass incarceration of women, because maybe on a federal level it's not such a high percent, but on a state level it's more than 1/3. So if it's more than 1/3 on a state level, that is a big population of why was violence in the situation to begin with? And what made that person? Was that person having to fight for their life? So then now we need to just discard them and they have no right and throw away the key. So I think we need to kind of stop being one-sided and narrow-minded when it comes to the violent and nonviolent, and get down to the root causes, which are the same on both spectrums. But then on the leadership part, because I can't not speak to that.
That's for you. That was for you.
We need to recognize that women that have direct experience has been fighting the fight from the very beginning. Like, it started on the inside when they created the HIV peer education program that's modeled around the country, that was started at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility by the women that were incarcerated. When they brought education back into the facility after it was taken away, women have been leaders and have the, they have the drive and the resilience to do what is necessary. It's just that they, there's forces, which we know, and racism and sexism and all those play into it, takes away those tools so we can be stuck and not have, reach our full potential. And I feel like, and then we come home and then we create, like the anti-shackling campaign or ban the box from applications for school and for work. And these are the kind of things that we do because we are leaders and we are change agents. Once you give us the opportunity, instead of keeping us in this little box saying that we are either victims or we are violent people, remove the labels and look at us as who we are. Complex individual, multidimensional. So.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay, I see you have the microphone, and you're the last question, or they're going to tackle me off the stage. And then I'm going to, so if you could keep it brief and pointed, I would be immensely grateful. Thank you.
This question is basically directed, I think, at Ms. Smith or Dr. Hunter. I want to take it back to the trauma. Where would be the optimal or the best place to have women treated for trauma? Is it in prison or outside prison? I bring the question up because I know I've spoken with some women who actually expressed to me that they didn't recognize that they had trauma until they were in prison. So I just want you to kind of engage the pros and cons of having it start in prison and outside. Thank you.
I think that's really interesting because there are some good programs in prisons and because they engage peer groups of women. That's absolutely true. I've known women who didn't know that they were considered, that their case would have been considered domestic violence. It was so normalized for them. I don't think that that means that prison is the best place to have those programs. I worked inside jails and prisons in the Chicago area for 28 years and have been going into prisons in New York, and I think there are many good people working inside, and yet the culture of corrections is so hard to challenge. And politically, the unions are so powerful. It's so difficult to hold those systems accountable to truly trauma-informed care. I have heard more than one psychologist opine that real personal growth cannot happen in those environments because they're too unsafe. You sit in a group and it's a good group and you open yourself up and then you go back to your living unit and are sexually harassed or demeaned or called out of your name by an officer who will never be disciplined for that, ever. So I really want to see us move from the front end toward a model. We had a great model that never got implemented in the Family Unity Demonstration Project Act. Small models based in people's communities, engaging the family, being holistic. I know that there's been a lot of good work around gender-informed practice assessments, and that those models are supposed to permeate the entire facility in how women are treated, in how everyone treats each other. But I don't see it actually happening.
I agree. I mean, I think everything you said is right on, but I would like to say ideally we would want to divert women away from the criminal justice system. I mean, we don't want to see them end up in prison, and by providing more comprehensive care in the community and by increasing the conversations that we have about trauma and what it actually looks like, we can then actually increase awareness so that somebody may actually realize hey, this is what's going on with me. I also want to mention that, the criminal justice system is stigmatizing, but along with that goes substance abuse and mental health and gender and race and class and all of these different things that kind of work together. So we have to have a parallel process of what's going on in the communities with policies so that we can try to really change the system. But ideally, we would want to divert women away from ever going to prison and to treat trauma in the community.
Miyoshi, did you want to add? I saw a look of abject horror on your face at one point, and it was just a strong +1 to diversion.
Yes. As someone that experienced trauma and then went to prison and then realized, oh, wow, I was traumatized so many times. It's not the prison that allows you to realize, oh, wow, this is, an opportunity for me to realize that I have trauma. It's one, the relationships that you build with women, and two, before you even before you get into the system, it's on the front page. Like, it's being addressed in a court that you were traumatized. Like, everything that you can think of is being plastered and used against you. So you being traumatized as a child or as an adult or as a teenager, some form in your life, like, is there for everyone to see, including yourself. And then it's the realization, like, oh, wow. Like, I was traumatized. And now that I don't have the responsibilities of society that demands all these responsibilities on you to worry about your inside. So now you can actually realize and reflect. So it's not the prison system, and I don't think anybody would say bring in a trauma-informed program into a prison is the key to even addressing trauma, because it is a hostile situation. And anybody that's been to prison or jail would know you cannot fully recover from anything when you're in a moment of being traumatized once again. Like, it's just not possible.
So I'm afraid that we have to end there, only because we have so much more incredible programming for you today. I do want to recap something we heard here by referring back to something that Senator Harris mentioned when she said, you know, the best way to think about epidemics is to think about prevention. She framed it in the context of drug abuse, of other social issues, but I would say something that came up here is the only way to think about the epidemic of mass incarceration is to prevent people from going in the first place. And so thinking about treatment ultimately then becomes a case for decarceration. So take that forward out of this room. I look forward to talking to you, and a huge round of applause for these amazing, amazing women. Thank you all.
Please take your seats. Women Unshackled will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Women Unshackled will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Holly Harris, Executive Director of the Justice Action Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all have had an incredible morning, that you've learned a lot, and that you're feeling inspired to take what you've learned and go home and force action on this issue. It's high time we address this epidemic of incarcerated women and mothers in this country. I have an announcement to make. We have now surpassed 600 participants for this program. We planned for 300. So I want to thank the Newseum and certainly our build-out team from Harbinger, Kurt, Caroline, Sammy, all of you all. Thank you all so much for being so accommodating and putting up with me. I also want to take a moment and thank my team at the Justice Action Network. This event was truly a passion project for us. I'm very, very lucky to be surrounded by people who are a lot smarter than I am. With Sarita Bowen, Jenna Mall, Aaron Krieger, Spencer Kay, Harris Alec, Andrew Howard, Bahati Lewis, and Kate Holden, please, I know you're not seated, but please raise your hands, everyone. And because we got a little bit overwhelmed, we had some folks send over some volunteers for us. I want to thank the Center for American Progress, Freedom Works, let's see, American University, Koch Industries, and the Charles Koch Institute. Thank you all so much for sending your folks over to be helpful. And these volunteers are well trained. I went over to the wall to try to take a picture of this huge crowd, and one of the volunteers said to me, ma'am, I've been told to keep this area clear. So I said, yes, sir. I also want to thank Stephanie Cutter, Lauren Weiner, and the team at Precision Strategies, CGCN. They send over these beautiful documents, and then I rewrite them all. God bless them. Really, really wonderful people to work with, and they're the ones who got all this press here today. And I'd like to thank the press who've shown up to cover this event. I know everyone just looked up like all shocked. Hi. I know you live in challenging times, but everybody in this room is dying to talk to you about this issue. So every woman in this room will talk to you, and some men, where's Senator Booker? He'll talk to you for sure. I want to thank my partners in this event, Google, Brennan, the Coalition for Public Safety. Again, thanks to the Newseum for being so accommodating. Most of all, though, I want to thank our formerly incarcerated women who've joined us today. Would you all please stand? Please, I was going to say, please stand. I know it's not easy to share your stories, but because of your perseverance and your commitment to transforming our justice system, we will leave here, change laws, and change lives. So we're very grateful. I also want to thank some folks who've been instrumental in ensuring that we have the resources to put on an event of this caliber. Mark and Louise Holden, Tanya Koch from Ford, Jeff Cook McCormick. He always hates it when I call on him, but hi, Jeff. These folks have been so generous to so many of the people in this room. Again, we're very grateful for their generosity. Finally, I want to recognize my bosses, the two women that I work for, Jenny Kim, who serves on our board, and Ashley Hanna, our board chairperson. Yeah. Ashley is the president of the Action Now initiative, which is the action arm of John and Laura Arnold's philanthropies. And I say this about her all the time. Do not be fooled. Though she be but little, she is fierce. She is truly the driving force behind the Justice Action Network. We can go to her with any crazy idea, and all she says to us is go big. And I say this all the time, but I will never have a boss like Ashley Hanna. So please join me in welcoming the chairman of our board at Justice Action Network, Ashley Hanna.
Thank you, Holly, for your kind introduction. It takes quite a bit of persuasion to get me to stand on the stage and speak. This is not my strong suit. So, but anything that Holly asks me to do, I will do for this cause. It's my honor to be here on behalf of John and Laura as president of the Action Now Initiative, which, as Holly mentioned, is the advocacy arm of Laura and John's philanthropic efforts. Our goal is to take good policy ideas and convert them into legislation that can achieve transformational change. And that is what our vision was for the Justice Action Network, to change laws that will change lives. As we've talked about all morning, and every statistic I had in here has been mentioned, we aren't seeing enough legislation that will impact the epidemic of incarcerated women. 80% of the women in prison are moms. Moms to children that not only do we need to take care of those moms and fathers, but we need to take care of the next generation in the form of their children. I'm the mother of 2 children. It scares me to death to see what we are doing to these children. We aren't talking about a lot of work here. This has been Justice Action Network has been in existence for 3 years. Came from an idea that we cooked up sort of in a meeting. John and Laura and I said, let's pull together everybody we can think of, put them in a room and see what we can do. Everybody said we were crazy. These groups will never get along. It's the left, it's the right. They never, yada, yada. Look around. We're all here, the left, the right, everybody together making things happen. All I can say and all I can hope is that we listen to all of these facts and we listen to all of these statistics, we get the data, and we actually do something about it. We all know there's a problem, but go home and tell all your friends that there's a problem. Go back to your states, whether you live in DC or not. Go back to where you came from. Tell everybody you can, this is a problem and we need to fix it. And then do it, because we can do it. Holly is amazing. She and Jenna and their team are doing fabulous work at the federal level and across the country, 14 states last year. But we need more. We need more people like Holly and Jenna out there doing it. So I urge you all to get involved and see what we can do to make this country better. Senator Booker and Senator Harris, thank you for your recent bill. I look forward to seeing it pass. I hope that we can get more of your colleagues involved. I know that we can. I am very positive about it. And I would like to thank Governor Fallin, because the federal bills are very, very important. It keeps the conversation alive and on the national news, and it's extremely important. But the states are where the vast majority of the people are. Governor Fallin had the passion and the commitment to safely reduce the prison population in her state and invest resources in treatment and rehabilitation services, especially for women and mothers. And it wasn't easy. She fought the good fight, and she did it with a smile and a positive attitude, and we have a lot of people whose lives are better because of your efforts. We really appreciate it. And we will be there supporting you when you go back to Oklahoma and continue to push for even more reforms. I want to thank everybody for being, Brennan Center, Google, Holly's team, the Coalition for Public Safety, Ford, MacArthur, Koch, and all of you. You all do this every day. I go home to Houston and I send a check. But that's what we do, and then you all make it happen. But don't give up. Don't walk out of here saying, what a great meeting. Figure out what you can do in your part of the world to make real change, because that's the only way it's going to get better. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ashley. Your remarks were so poignant as a lead-in for our next wonderful speaker. Ashley just said we need to do something. Don't just sit here, and you all look real pretty, but don't just sit here and look nice and talk to your friends. We need to do something. We talked earlier about being change agents. That's who we are. And we're going to be motivated today to actually do something when we hear from United States Senator Cory Booker. Senator Booker is a United States Senator from New Jersey, and to say that is not to say nearly enough about who he is and what he does. Senator Booker starting in 2006, was the mayor in Newark, where he began his tenure and served there for more than 7 years. During his tenure, the city entered its largest period of economic growth since the 1960s. And you all know, I believe, Senator Booker, this is just the anniversary of the riots in Newark. So that's saying a great deal. We know that those riots devastated Newark. So to have that as part of your track record is an amazing thing to do in that great city. In addition, the overall crime numbers in Newark declined during his tenure, and the quality of life for residents improved due to many initiatives such as more affordable housing, new green spaces and parks, and increased educational opportunities and more efficient city services. But that wasn't enough. He said, okay, I'm trying to make change in Newark. What else can we do in the rest of the country? To that, Senator Booker responded by running for Congress. On October 16th of 2013, he won a special election to represent New Jersey in the United States Senate. On November 4th of 2014, Senator Booker was reelected to a full 6-year term. And as New Jersey's junior senator, he's brought an innovative and bipartisan approach to tackling some of the most difficult problems facing New Jersey and our country. And one of those areas in which he has shown tremendous leadership is in the area of criminal justice reform. Senator Booker has been a loud and proud speaker, talking to folks across the country and working with his colleagues on both sides of the aisle, talking about why making our justice system work more equitably and in a better way is good for the entire country. Again, regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, this is what it means to be good Americans. This is what we do in a democracy. Senator Booker has emerged as a national leader in the congressional push for common sense criminal justice reform. He's advocated for front-end sentencing reforms. He's pushed for the banning of juvenile solitary confinement in federal facilities. He spearheaded legislation to make the hiring process more fair for the formerly incarcerated. He's also partnered with colleagues, again, on both sides of the aisle to create a number of economic proposals, from increased small business investments to apprenticeship programs, with the hope of fostering greater economic mobility and opportunity for individual Americans. I'm proud to say that he has most recently partnered with the Brennan Center to introduce a bill called the Reverse Mass Incarceration Act. This is a bill that would provide grants to jurisdictions across the country so that they will be incentivized to put in place programs that will help bring down the numbers of people that are incarcerated. Again, bringing down mass incarceration is what we know is going to change our justice system and help to create a stronger democracy. And you've heard us say, and I know the senator will talk about this, his most recent piece of legislation is the introduction of the Dignity for Incarcerated Women Act, which he just introduced this month. This bill bans shackling and solitary confinement for incarcerated pregnant women, eases visitation restrictions, and provides for free phone calls for incarcerated mothers, and requires correctional facilities to provide menstrual hygiene products to female inmates. Now, I have to stop there, y'all, because that's bold. It's bold. It's bold, yes. The whole idea of a senator standing up and saying these issues that impact women and saying, I'm not afraid to talk about things like menstrual equity, because it's something we all need to be talking about. This is important. He is going to change how we talk about these issues and how the rest of the country responds to these issues. So with that, Senator Booker, I welcome you to the stage and ask you to come and give us our marching orders for what we need to do to help you in this fight.
So you all know I had to ask for a lavalier mic because I don't want to be constrained behind that podium. And I'm just really humbled by the folks that are in this room. There is a lot of things going on that are capturing the national focus right now. But my frustration for decades now has been what I think is the biggest cancer on our body politic, the biggest shame of our country, is just not talked about enough. We live in this country that is founded by the most precious of ideals, these ideals of liberty and freedom. from Patrick Henry's noble sentiments that ring throughout history, give me liberty or give me death, to the songs of abolitionists and slaves, oh freedom, oh freedom, oh freedom over me. Before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave. This concept of liberty, of freedom, that echoes throughout the land is the symbol of America. It's our common value. So how could this nation that professes freedom and liberty be the incarcerating capital of the globe, incarcerating more people than any nation has done in human history? How can we have that shame? And so this gathering, small group that we are, this is the most important thing happening in Washington, D.C. I have this reverence for the women that are here that have stood up and told their story. You know, Alice Walker, in her book, In Search of My Mother's Garden, she has this chapter called The Black Revolutionary, and it refers to you whether you have black skin or not, because if you are not a revolutionary artist, then you are not upholding the traditions of this country. And she says that the true revolutionary artist is always close enough to the people to be there for them when they're needed. She says the real revolutionary artist is always concerned with the least glamorous of stuff. The raising a child's reading level from 3rd grade to 4th, the filling out food stamp forms for folks because folk got to eat, revolution or not. And I want you to know that I'm here talking about this bill, not because of some creative genius of mine, but it happened because when I started talking about issues of mass incarceration, speech after speech, discussion group after discussion group, panel after panel, inevitably, it was formerly incarcerated women that would stand up to me and say, you need to understand the issues facing women in incarceration. And that's the thing, this idea that goes back to the great works of Richard Wright, this idea of invisibility, how we cast each other into an invisible state where we don't see each other. We don't recognize that the values we hail as a country, liberty and freedom and justice, are interdependent values. That we can't hold these values and think that we can drink richly and deeply from wells of freedom and liberty and justice and deny other people that same opportunity. In fact, to deny liberty and freedom and justice and dignity to another is to deny it to yourself. Think about this for a second, what we have done in this nation founded when these principles, we have to admit to ourselves that this nation, the oldest constitutional democracy on the planet Earth, the genius of our founders, we must tell the truth about our history. And if you don't understand your history, you will be trapped and destined to repeat it over and over again. Put a bookmark in that, repeating our history. Because I just want to start there with the founding of this country, because we've got to understand that when the founders talked about freedom and liberty, their very documents betrayed bigotry and sexism at the time. We've got to be honest about from whence we've come. To not be honest then lessens the greatness of America. Look at those founding documents. Women aren't referred to at all. Native Americans are savages. Stokely Carmichael used to always say constitute, constitute. I can only say 3/5 of the word. The story of America, the greatness of America, is not just found in those documents. They'd just be pieces of paper if the spirit of liberty didn't live within the people who, even when they were excluded, they still bought in to the vision and the dream of this country and engaged in a 200-plus year struggle to make those ideals real for everyone. We are here right now who can utter those 4 words, I am an American. We can say those words because of soldiers of freedom and liberty that fought and sacrificed for us to expand the conception of liberty for everyone, folks who sweat for us and scrubbed toilets for us and labored for us in church basements, in barnyards, on beaches, in far-off lands, fighting for our liberty. And we have come a long way as a country. But where we see the unfinished business, the best place to look to find the unfinished business of America is to go to an American prison or jail. And you will see that we as a nation aren't who we swear oaths that we will be, a nation of liberty and justice for all. This country that has 25% of the globe's incarcerated people has created a system that reeks with the injustices of our past. I said put a bookmark in that understanding of history because all of those things, it's what Michelle Alexander calls the new Jim Crow. If you want to understand how we still haven't shaken those bonds of our past, look at our prisons and jails. I can't sit still when I think about the injustice and the unfinished business of America. I live in Newark, New Jersey. I'm proud. I love my city, and I'm grateful for the kind words that were said. But I've chosen to stay in the same community I moved into when I was in my 20s. Median income in my community is about $14,000 an individual. And when I got to my community when I was in my 20s, it was a jarring introduction to the savage injustices of our country. Because you see, I grew up in Harrington Park, New Jersey, a relatively affluent town. In fact, my family literally had to fight to move into that town as the first black family, getting lawyers and volunteers, a white couple to pose as my parents, because my parents kept being told house after house was sold. On the day of the closing, after the white couple put a bid on the house, bid was accepted, papers drawn up, the white couple didn't show up. My dad did, and a volunteer lawyer named Marty Friedman, real estate agent, was so upset he got caught in the sting operation. He stood up and punched my dad's lawyer in the face and sigged the dog on my dad. Now look, every time my dad would tell the story, the dog would get bigger. Eventually, by the time I was 18 years old, it was a pack of wolves that he fought to allow me to be in the country. But I'm telling you, my childhood was like most Americans. Teenagers do dumb things. They make mistakes. We fall. We get sick. We get addicted to drugs. We violate laws. No different among race, no different among socioeconomic status. But what's different is that we have 2 justice systems in America. One that treats you much better, as Brian Stevenson said, if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. I'm a senator now, so I won't say it's me, but I watched others break laws. I'm not crazy. These things live on the internet forever. I still remember 4 of my friends got caught for breaking and entering. They just went to buy beer with fake IDs. It was broken. They kicked open the door, stole some cases of beer. What happened? Fathers got involved, parents got involved, charges, disappeared, went away, and these guys are doing great things with their lives now. But you need to live in Newark 1 week, and you see that there's an entirely different justice system there. You see, kids at Stanford, where I went, we weren't getting stopped and frisked on the way home from frat parties. I could go to college campuses, you could find Adderall, ecstasy. People knew where to get the stuff. Heck, 2 of the last 3 presidents admitted to felony drug use and drug possession. It wasn't just a little bit of pot. You know President Bush's story, President Obama's story. But you go to a community like where I live, and you see how a criminal justice system treats you so much differently for making one of those youthful mistakes. We sit here comfortably right now, and there are children in prison waiting months, and they haven't even had a trial yet. And if you look at socioeconomic status, that's bad enough. But if you know our prisons and our jails, they are disproportionately people of color. That's what Michelle Alexander's talking about. Because forget socioeconomic status. If you're black in America and white in America, you have no difference in your drug usage rates, no difference in your drug selling rates. But you are almost 4 times more likely to be arrested for that than if you are a person that's white. And so what happens to communities like the one I live in, communities all across this country? You see so many people ground into a criminal justice system that is savagely broken, where just because of your socioeconomic status, you get ground down, arrested. And by the way, when you come out of prison, you face over 40,000 collateral consequences. You can't get a business license. You can't get loans from the bank. You can't get Pell Grants. You can't get jobs, food stamps, public housing. For doing things that many members of Congress have done, suddenly you're shut out from society. And we are comfortable in our freedoms when this is going on. But when people go into those prisons, go into American jails where there's 9 times the admissions in our prisons, and you see that we have a modern-day debtor's prisons in America, where folks who just can't pay bail get stuck in those prisons, lose their jobs, their kids go through trauma. But see who we incarcerate? Emma Lazarus talked about, give me you're tired and you're hungry and you're poor, the wretched refuse from your teeming shore. When you read that poem and you visit our prisons, you say, wait a minute, did we say give us these kind of people so we can stick them in prison? Because overwhelmingly we incarcerate the mentally ill, the poor, the addicted, and people of color. And that would be enough if this is what I said. It should be enough to arouse our outrage in this country that we have so many people incarcerated in a broken system that gets more and more unfair. 500% increase in our prison population since 1980 alone. People stuck in unimaginable consequences. Children have been to my office telling me stories about being threatened with mandatory minimums stacked up, that if you don't plead guilty to this lesser charge, take your felony and get out of prison into that world where you face collateral consequences. If you don't plead guilty, then I'm going to put you in adult court and you're going to face 10, 15, 25 years. That's why we have a book. Great book, you should read it, Why Innocent People Plead Guilty. We say that we have a justice system with trials and judges. We don't have that anymore. 98% of our criminal convictions are now done by plea bargain. And we've given no bargaining power to the people that are the accused. Now this system, this broken system, would be bad enough if it wasn't the one group I left out that it preys upon, which is women in America. How can we justify a system that takes people who are survivors of trauma, survivors of abuse, and put them on a survivor of sexual trauma to prison pipeline? I just was in Danbury, Connecticut, at a federal lockup, walking in with this incredible warden. Who's tried to create a pilot program in her prison to create a therapeutic community. Unfortunately, it is an anomalous place. And I asked her, how many people in this prison are victims of sexual trauma? And this tough, great leader looks at me and says, about 95%. And what's amazing about women who are incarcerated, and ask women who are incarcerated, I've started asking this question. I just did a live with Teen Vogue and asked the women I was sitting talking with. I just started noticing this. I've visited prisons all over this country, but when women are in prison, there's a sense of solidarity. It's amazing how that women are pulling together, knowing that they are facing injustice, and create these communities of struggle where they watch out for each other, they fight for each other. I sat there in Danbury and had woman after woman pull another woman here. Let me give you the details of this case. They're here unjustly. Can you help us? Can you help us? Can you help us? And the stories of the indignities and the violence, the assaults on humanity going on in our prisons, and we think we're not implicated in this? How dare we think we're not implicated in this broken system? When every case, criminal case, is the people versus, the state versus. That is us. We herald the words of Martin Luther King. We're all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a common garment of destiny. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Well, if that's the case, how can we be comfortable as a nation? When on the planet Earth, I said 25% of the imprisoned people in the planet Earth are here in the United States. Well, for women, the data is more stunning. You've already talked about it. The rates of female incarceration is going up 50% higher, faster than the rates of male incarceration. Overall prison populations have gone up 500% since 1980, but women over 700%. And women on the planet Earth, 1/3 of the incarcerated women on the planet Earth are in the United States of America, the land of the free. And when they get there, are they helped? People with addictions, people with mental health challenges, survivors of trauma. 77% of the women that are incarcerated are survivors of partner violence. What do they experience? Having been sexually abused, do male officers, as one woman told me, walk in and when they're undressed, stare at them while they're going to the bathroom? Do we take pregnant women and empower them? No, we shackle them and put them in solitary confinement. When the majority of women are parents, primary caregivers, arrested for overwhelmingly nonviolent crimes, do we try to strengthen that family bond with their children, or do we savagely do everything we can, seemingly, to sever it, putting up walls where women who don't get access to quality basic sanitary products have to pay for them and then make tragic choices between buying basic health care needs or trying to figure out how they're going to afford the usury rates to call their children, often who have been put in different positions, different households, where they have to try to do the math and figure out how they will talk to each of their children on a regular basis. How can we be comfortable as a nation with an injustice this great? This is a stain upon everything we say we stand for. It's not the best of who we are. It's not a reflection of what we're capable of. And we have examples all around this country of people that are showing we can do it in a different way. The only thing stopping us from eradicating this injustice, to have our prisons be in America what they should be, which is a model to the planet Earth of what a free people and a free nation do those who've done wrong. We have that capacity to set the example, to show folks how we can have restorative justice, to show folks how we can help and heal and deal with trauma. But instead, we have a system that re-traumatizes, hurts. And so today, the handful that we are, we have got to get ready. Because I'm sorry, history in our country has shown that no step towards freedom, no steps towards liberty, no steps towards justice were easy. Every single one, there were sacrifices and there were struggles. There was pain and there was hurt. And I'm one of these people that tells you right now, if your country has not broken your heart, you don't love her enough. We should all be broken by this system, hurting from it. We should not be comfortable. And so I came here today to call on folks. You've heard the voices, you've heard the data, you've heard the reality in this nation, you've heard the shame and the dark places. You've heard the people cast into invisibility standing up, insisting that folks listen, letting their voice be heard, echoing those words of a great Congresswoman, Shirley Chisholm, that if they're not going to give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Let's lean on the words of freedom fighters of past. who tell us and instruct us. Frederick Douglass, those who profess to favor freedom, yet deprecate agitation, are like those who want the crops without the plowing up the ground, like those who want the waters without the thunder and the lightning, those who want the oceans without the roar. We are a nation that has shown if there is no struggle, there is no progress. And so I'm calling on everyone here to think about what our obligations of citizenship is. We who benefit from struggles past, what is our obligations of citizenship? Because we weren't there when men and women in slums, in Irish slums, stood up and fought for the workers' rights that we take for granted. We were not there. In those dark corners of our country where the greatest infrastructure project ever was constructed, the Underground Railroad, we weren't there. On buses doing freedom rides, knowing that we would get beaten. We weren't there in Selma. We weren't there at Stonewall. We weren't there at Seneca Falls. But we are here now. Our history is a testimony to a conspiracy of love. We're ordinary folks who weren't immediately infected by an injustice, stood up and said, I will be counted. Like Marty Friedman in a real estate agent's office, standing next to a black family trying to integrate his community, who stood up and took a punch for our nation. He could have easily sat back and done nothing. Nobody would have called him out. And so what are we willing to do? What sacrifice are we willing to make right now, right here? There's a poem that I love. By Maya Angelou. And I'll read 4 stanzas. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust I rise. Do you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise into a daybreak that's wonderfully clear. I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of a slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. This mission, this fight, you need to understand. I'm proud of the legislation that I wrote with Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren and Dick Durbin. I'm proud of my partners, but you all know the truth. Change has never come from Washington. It always comes to Washington by people demanding it and fighting for it and struggling for it and sacrificing for it. There are people hurting right now in our nation, our sisters, caught in situations of abuse and violence and hate, sucked in by a system that is indiscriminate to their pain. They're losing faith in who we say we are. They need folk who are not going to preach right and do wrong. They need folk who remember what it took to get them to their freedom land. They need folk who understand that our dignity is her dignity, our freedom is her freedom, our justice is her justice. This is the United States of America. We stand for something. I get tired of religious folks sometimes. I'm one of these people that say, before you speak to me about your religion, show it to me in how you treat other people. But we have a civic gospel. We preach the words, we sing the songs, we say We are a nation for liberty and justice for all. We swear that oath, but it's about time we stop being about words and start being about action. And so I call on this room to get folk woke. I call on this room to be the freedom fighters that this day and age needs. I call upon this room to never accept a nation of freedom and justice that denies it to the poor, to the weak, to the addicted, to the people of color, to women. I call on this room now to rise like generations before. I call on you to rise like our ancestors, like our foremothers and forefathers. I call on us to rise. And I'm telling you right now, our generation has a test of history before us. And this is the test. And I believe if we work together, if we sacrifice together, if we rise up like generations past, that we can be a nation where justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Booker. My name is Malika Saad Assar. I'm Google's Senior Counsel on Civil and Human Rights. It is such an honor to be here with you today. It is such an honor to hear from the words of Senator Booker, to see the commitment that he has and the charge for justice and freedom that he puts before us. I want to call out the names of some of the women who are part of that everyday struggle for justice and freedom, who are the women every day who are doing the work around unshackling our sisters. I want to call out the names of Andrea James, Topeka Sam, Cynthia Nixon, Kendia Riley, and Kichi Taifa, and Jeslyn McCurdy, and all of the phenomenal work they have and our other sisters have done to unshackle the women who are still behind bars and to unshackle these notions of justice that must be undone. It's really lovely to be able to come before you and do an introduction of Governor Mary Fallin. So I just want to share a story because it came to me when I was speaking to the governor yesterday when I had the honor of meeting her. It's a story that has to do with the animal kingdom. So when I was in law school, I watched a lot of Animal Kingdom when I was trying to figure out torts and intellectual property. And on one of those terrible, wretched nights, there was a particular episode where it was the story of a mother lioness who had to feed her babies. And there was no food to be found. The grounds were parched, and she knew that if she didn't get food to her babies, that they would die. And so she watched as a group of, I think it was water buffalo, something big and bad, went in front and ran across her pride. And she looked for the one that she could hunt down. And she went ahead and she hunted down this one water buffalo. And apparently in the animal kingdom, lions aren't supposed to go after these types of beasts. The order says that the lion leaves that animal alone. But she knew she had to feed her babies. So she pulled that beast down and she fed it to her babies. And then a group of those water buffalo, wildebeest, whatever they were, they came over to her as her babies were feeding and gave her a look like, you have done what you are not supposed to do. You have upended an order that is not to be touched. And she looked at them, and she stared them down, and they turned away. And I thought, yes, that is mother's love, right? That is what you do as a woman and as a mother. You unapologetically show courage. You unapologetically demand justice for your babies, whatever it takes. And I thought of that story, that lesson of mothering and women's leadership, when I met Governor Fallin. And I asked her, why is it that you chose to take on the issue not only of criminal justice reform, but especially of justice reform for women? And her answer, that was an answer rooted in the commitment she felt to women when she visited women behind bars, because so many of them were mothers, and the commitment that she felt to their children demonstrated to me that as a leader, she has not pursued justice reform to be able to show innovative state leadership. She has not pursued justice reform for women to be able to demonstrate the brilliance of cost-benefit analysis between locking our women up versus community alternatives. She has pursued justice reform and justice reform for women because she does it also with a lioness mother's heart that is unapologetic, that is powerful, and that is brilliant. And so it is my absolute honor to bring to the stage Governor Fallin.
Well, thank you, Malika. I don't think I've ever been called a woman lioness, but it's better than being called a buffalo, water buffalo. So I was kind of listening to that story thinking, where is she going with this? I thought maybe you were going to get into some of the efforts I had this past legislative session with some of the fights I had with my legislators and some of the male counterparts that I took on. But anyway, thank you, Malika, for that very kind introduction, and thank you for being a host with Google of this very important event, for bringing people together across our nation to talk about important issues relating to incarceration and women, and certainly men, as we just heard. And we appreciate all that Google does as a good corporate leader and a good civic leader within our individual states. And we are very proud in Oklahoma to have a big Google campus in my state, and of course having a major company like that in our state's a big deal. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for helping to sponsor this event. Google's also been very active in helping us in my state with young girls and getting into STEM education, the science, technology, engineering, and math, which will go a long ways in helping prepare women to enter into different fields and professions that they may not think of. So we appreciate you. And of course, we appreciate the U.S. Justice Action Network and Holly. Where is Holly at? She's probably working somewhere. But anyone that's met Holly, when Holly asks you to do something, you're probably going to do it. She is such a great enthusiast and great advocate for our criminal justice issues, and we appreciate them. And of course, all the other sponsors that are here today, thank you. We appreciate the Koch brothers and all that they do, and all the other organizations that are part of this. And I appreciate all of you taking time to come to this forum, a first of its kind that we've ever had in our nation, to talk about women incarcerated and what we can do as a nation, and why it's important as a topic to talk about, and about incarceration in general. You know, prisons play a critical role in keeping people who are dangerous, who are violent, who might affect, as Senator Booker was talking about, our own liberty, our own justice of our families, who might threaten our safety. But there's a large growing body of research that shows that prison is not the answer and the best option for everyone. And I think that's what we just heard Senator Booker talk about a few moments ago. It's not for every offender that we see that comes through our criminal justice system. For many of our nonviolent, low-level offenders, there are alternatives that work better, in my opinion, such as our drug and mental health courts that we have established throughout our nation, and something that's very active in Oklahoma, to bring community-based treatment, diversion programs, supervision to work better, and to help people get through whatever it is that they may have done to prevent future crime, and also to, frankly, cause us to use less prison beds within our nation. And there are states that are active in this reform effort. States like Texas, Georgia, South Dakota, Utah, Kentucky, certainly Oklahoma, have designed various policy reform issues and using research to help us when it comes to our incarceration rates and to control, frankly, our corrections spending in our individual states, because that money, if you're spending on corrections, is being taken away from education or health care or some other important topic. It's also been shown that many states have been able to reduce imprisonment while reducing crime by ensuring that expensive prison beds are used for those who are actually dangerous, that we need to keep locked up to protect ourselves and our individual families, while also reinvesting in programs that are successful and programs that help with the ability to reduce recidivism, address substance abuse, address people who go back into the system itself. And so I want to share with you just a couple of statistics regarding women incarcerated in my state of Oklahoma. Now, the reason why I've been interested in this, and I was telling Malika this and some of the other folks I had dinner with, that as a young girl growing up, my mother was a social worker. And there were times at night that she would get a phone call when I was very young, and they would say, you know, Mrs. Copeland, you need to go pick up this child because something is going on in their family. It might have been a domestic abuse situation, or maybe it was someone who had been arrested and was being taken away, and this child was left behind, and so my mother would go pick up this child. And I can remember at times having to go with her because my father would be gone somewhere, and I'd ride in the back seat and she would go pick up this child, and this has been a long time ago. It would take them to some foster home or some group shelter type home to get them safe. And as a young girl who had a safe and loving household, it really had an impact upon me, thinking about not all children have the safe household that I had and that I enjoyed. And then as I became governor and started working with our Department of Human Services and our women who have children that are in foster care, and seeing that we have over 11,000 children in our state that are outside their home, that are living with a foster family or in state custody, and then looking at our incarceration rate of women in prison and men in prison, and seeing how all of it ties together, it really became an issue that piqued my interest, that we have to do something about this. As coming from a mother that was a social worker, to seeing children being put in state custody and the cost of that upon their lives and the uncertainty about their future, to just how many women we incarcerate. Oklahoma, unfortunately, has the dubious honor of having the highest incarceration rate of women in the nation. And that is not something I'm proud of. And so for years, I've had various studies in which we brought together people to say, why is it that Oklahoma women are being incarcerated at a higher rate than other states of the nation? I've jokingly told crowds, I said, we don't have meaner women in Oklahoma. We just have some that have some issues, whatever it might be, that end up in our correctional facilities. But the fact of the matter is, even though we've focused on this issue, the gap has continued to widen of female imprisonment in our state. And since 2012, and I took office in 2011, it has actually increased by 30%. And part of it involves, as far as reducing the rate of incarceration, the rate of women entering into our system, is part of it involves programs, diversion, treatment, community programs and sentencing, but also educating those who are in law enforcement or in the criminal justice system itself that there are other ways to be able to address people who have issues within the criminal justice system. We also know that a vast majority of women who go into our prison system in Oklahoma are there for drug-related crimes. But there's been this attitude, it seems like to me, in our nation, that if someone has an addiction issue, let's just put them away, lock the door, they'll get out someday, it'll be resolved. And my experience tells me that doesn't always work that way. I think all of us, in fact, let me just ask this question. Does anybody in this room not know someone that's had a substance abuse related issue? Anybody not know anyone from high school, from college, someone that you might have worked with, someone in the community? Anybody not know anyone that's not had a substance abuse issue? I've never had a single person raise their hand and say, I don't know anyone. I've never had anybody raise their hand and say that. We know that 83% of our female prison admissions in our state are for non-violent offenses. We know that 42% of our women in our prison systems in Oklahoma have a drug-related crime, a drug-related conviction. Women are also that are in prison are also more likely to be assessed for having substance abuse issues and problems more than males. I don't know why that is, but we know that in our state. 69% of our women in a prison in Oklahoma have had an actively managed mental health issue. In other words, they've been under active treatment for some type of mental health issue or a serious mental health issue, compared to 44% of the men. I don't understand that either. In Oklahoma, a large percentage of our women in prison have been victims of crimes themselves. As I've talked to women who are in our prison facilities or in our work release programs, or as I've even looked through the jackets of people who come to me for a parole or a pardon, and I read through the background material on women who have entered into our systems, you do find that a large percentage of the women that end up in our prison systems have had some type of domestic violence, sexual assault, or even been abused as a child themselves, and find that generational psychological trauma that follows them into their adulthood. But there are some good things that are happening in the states. The Senator talked about some things that are happening on the national level to address our incarceration issues, but I want to tell you about some of the things that we can do on a state level. And Oklahoma is just one of the states, but we are very aggressive on this issue. We have been working with our Department of Mental Health Substance Abuse Services to prioritize treatment for services of women who are pregnant, for women who have children, and provide those services in a targeted way to meet their very special needs. So we have different residential treatment facilities in which pregnant women can enter into and work with their family and living arrangements, and especially women who have dependent children. We also have a limited edition of community-based substance abuse treatment programs specifically for women with children. Since I've been governor, we've also been able to provide more funding for 3 more statewide crisis intervention service centers. What we found in our state was that if someone entered into a crisis situation, especially with substance abuse or mental health, that they were being transported across the state to many other different facilities, trying to find beds, trying to find space, only be told many times that the space wasn't available. And so we allocated more money to have more crisis centers into our state to meet their needs. Our Department of Mental Health has also been a leader in providing services for children and families in what's called a system that we have. It's called systems of care. We know that when someone has a challenge within their life, that it's normally not just one issue that needs to be addressed. It could be many different issues that need to be addressed. So we have a system of care to where not only do they enter into the corrections agency itself, but we engage multiple state agencies such as mental health, substance abuse. If you have a woman that is entering into the criminal justice system, they may have a juvenile at home, could have some family members that have their own issues, so we work with that woman and the mother to also address their juveniles within the system and see how we can provide them support. We work with them with the Department of Human Services if their children are going into the foster care system. And we also work with our State Department of Education. What happens to the children when mom goes away and they're still in school and they still need to get to school, they still need transportation? So we try to develop this system of care to take care of all the different needs of a woman that is in our criminal justice system. We've also developed some very, very successful partnerships, public-private partnerships versus just sending someone to prison and saying best of luck and work it out and we'll see you whenever you get out. One of the great programs that we have is a program called Reemerge, which is a comprehensive female diversion program designed to help transform pregnant women and mothers facing incarceration to help them not go into the system, to be able to stay out and get them the services that they need by having a partnership between our Department of Corrections and our mental health services to reduce the rate of the women that are incarcerated and to interrupt whatever it is that's going on in their life and to interrupt what I would call the generational cycle, intergenerational cycle that we see of women and families and children. Because a lot of the different reports I've read on women who are in our systems have a grandmother or a mother. If they're in line, their child's in trouble too. And so we're trying to break that cycle, whatever it is that's going on in their life, by providing those systems of care, those systems of services to help them get on the right path. We also work very much with evidence-based programs, not just a program, but things that we know will work. One of my favorite sayings is that we want to put people in programs that we know work, not in programs that we just hope will work, but that we know will work, that are proven. Whether it's addressing the mental health, behavioral health, trauma, substance abuse, and then upon completion of the Remerge programs, the graduates have an extraordinary opportunity to have their felony charges dismissed. Gone. Another great successful program that I'm very proud of is a program called Women in Recovery, which is also an intensive outpatient alternative for women facing long prison sentences for nonviolent drug-related offenses. And this initiative works very closely with our criminal justice system and various community partners to ensure the program participants receive supervision, substance abuse treatment, mental health services, education, be able to finish the GED if that's not been finished, help them with workforce-ready training programs to help them have some type of skill that they can use. And then, of course, the most important thing is the family reunification, putting the children back with the mothers, helping the mothers be able to reunify with those children. And, of course, the benefits are broad in this program. It helps strengthen the family network, strengthens that individual, strengthens the children, hopefully will break the cycle of the intergenerational incarceration, and helps women become productive tax-paying citizens. Restores, hopefully, their hope and their self-worth, and is certainly more cost-effective than the incarceration into our prison systems. And we believe it actually improves public safety because you're helping someone get back on their feet. Last April, we did something very innovative in our state. I actually signed a contract that we had that was allowed by law called Pay for Success. And basically what the state did is that we're partnering with this Women in Recovery program to pay them for every single person who goes through the program that successfully comes out of the program, stays out of trouble, stays clean. But we pay for success for that program because it's such a great model and keeping our ladies out of prison but helping them get the treatment and services that they need. And I'm very excited that we were able to do that. It's one of the first of its kind in the nation, to partner with a private entity to be able to help us with women, keeping them out of the system. We know in the state of Oklahoma that it costs around $30,000 a year to incarcerate a woman, but when you put them through a Women in Recovery or Remerge program, it is a lot less because they come out in a shorter period of time and it's less expensive as a program. Plus they're getting the treatment and the help, the education, the work skills, the family socialization skills that are needed. Another great program that we have is called HERS, H-E-R-S, her program, which is targeted to female offenders who are facing technical violations. We had a long discussion about this last night, about people who have been in our corrections facilities that come out that maybe have a fine or a fee or a technical violation, maybe have a revocation of their probation, and where women are having to choose between paying for different services that they need, food, water, whatever it might be, or paying for their fines to keep out of prison. So we're working on ways to address people not going back into the system because they can't pay their fines and fees and having a revocation of their probation on their services. So we have a lot of different programs that we're doing. We also have screening programs that are evidence-based, that we screen women for their needs. We do an assessment of what is going on, and then we match the offenders with successful diversion programs within their local communities. And we look at the more higher risk intensive supervision that may be needed, higher treatment needs of some of these ladies for more intensive treatment options, and diversions that will help, diversion programs that will help them stay out of the system. And this systematic risk assessment has really been successful, and we've been able to reach down into our county jails before they even enter into our correctional facilities and do these needs assessments and screenings, so that hopefully we can put them into community-based services and treatment facilities and some of our nonprofit programs I just mentioned, so that we can keep them from entering into our corrections facility themselves. So we've had about 6,000 female offenders who have been screened within the past 4 years in our county jails, and those final dispositions and the screenings have been able to keep 90% of these women out of prison. 90%. So it's another great program that we're very, very proud of. The other thing we've worked on that I think is a great need is also to have collaboration, cooperation, communication, education to better help work with our prosecutors and our defense attorneys. That has been one of the great needs that I have seen, and so we have been working with them to provide information, provide evidence-based programs, solutions, information. We've been working with them to process cases quicker through the system, so that so that the offenders will have fewer jail days, be able to be matched with the appropriate services. We've had a broad-based push to use drug courts in our state, and they've been there for a long period of time. And we also know that people who go through the drug courts and are graduates have a lower rate of incarceration compared to people who are released from prison that may enter it back into it. We have about 4,000 active participants statewide at any given time in 58 counties of our state that are going through our drug court systems. And over the last 10 years, nearly 7,000 women have been admitted to a drug court program, hopefully diverting them from going into the system itself. But the other flip side of the coin is it saved the state of Oklahoma $185 million in prison costs, which is a lot of money. In FY16, we had 654 women admitted to drug courts, which saved the state a lot of money. We also have our mental health courts in our state, which is another highly successful program with incredible outcomes. The mental health court serves more than 150 female admissions annually, and only 3.2% of the program graduates end up incarcerated, compared to 23% who will end up incarcerated if they don't go through the mental health court programs. Another great service we have is family drug court programs, which is a little bit different than the drug courts because we bring in the whole family. As you know, if someone has a substance abuse issue, it affects all the family members. And it's been very successful in helping families be able to regain custody, put the families together, heal the family as a whole. Now, after someone leaves our corrections facilities, we also have a reentry intensive care coordination teams that work with our mental health and our Department of Corrections to help with transitioning. Once you leave a correctional facility, offender leaves a correctional facility, they have a lot of challenges, as the ladies know. It's not easy. So this group works together to help provide counseling services, mental health services, works to help provide the types of things they may need, which is getting a job, finding a place to live, transportation, getting the kids back in school, and different types of clothing, different types of services like that. And the reentry intensive care coordination teams have resulted in 43% lower return to prison over a 36-month period following a release. A 43% lower return to prison, which is quite substantial. Now, this is pretty interesting. So those people who go through this reentry intensive care program and get the help after 24 months of being released from prison make 56% more money than someone who just was released without the care and without the help of entering back into society. And of course, they become taxpayers which is nice and helps them also with supporting their families. So Oklahoma's been working very hard on these types of things, but one of the things that we see with people who are coming out of our correctional institutions is if you've been in prison for a while, your work skills have certainly been challenged, and so we work very closely with our vocational schools, our career tech schools, to provide training for our female offenders, and we have 3 different facilities in our state that we have for corrections, for females in the corrections system. And so these training centers, VOTEC schools, go into these centers and offer all kinds of job training skills. They teach computer fundamentals, they teach career readiness, transportation, logistics, different occupational fields that someone may be interested in going into, because that's one of the biggest challenges that you have if you come out of the system is finding a job, finding a work skill. And talking about finding a job, one of the things I did as governor a couple of years ago through an executive order was on all state employee applications for someone applying to get a state job, I signed an executive order to ban the box on our state applications. So that we don't have that box that someone may look at the application and says, well, they've served some time, so I'm not going to even talk to that person. But to give a person a chance to be able to come and explain what their situation might have been as they enter into that. So the centers that have the career tech skills job placement rates, they have a 90% placement rate of all the graduates that go through these workplace programs with our career centers. 90% placement of the offenders who are coming out of the system. So that is a great help to those who have been in the system itself. So let me just talk to you real quickly, and I'll close with this. So for the past 4 years, we have been working on criminal justice system issues in our state, trying to find solutions to be able to reduce the incarceration rate of women. We're number 2, by the way, in the nation on incarceration of men and women. It's something that's been going on in our state for decades. We have authored various pieces of legislation. This past year, I had a criminal justice task force that worked for about 16 months on various pieces of legislation. We were able to get many pieces of those legislation signed into law, but I had a big battle. That's where I thought you were going with the lioness issue. I had a lot of battles this year, which I think they were tracking all the fights I was having with some of our legislators that didn't want to do some of these different reform efforts. We also sent 2 ballot initiatives to the vote of the people, in which they approved them by around 65% of the vote in our state, which means that our public is starting to understand that there are better ways of addressing these issues. And these ballot measures provided changes which included simple possession of controlled dangerous substances to change it from a felony to a misdemeanor with our inmate population. We also changed some of our property crime limits from $500 to $1,000, so it wouldn't be a felony, but it would be a misdemeanor. And that has gone a long ways. And that was the public voting on those particular issues and helped out. In 2017 legislative year, we also passed a measure that required all offenders to receive a validated risk and needs assessment to help guide our providers into programs that offenders are going to need, and also develop an individual case plan for each individual, not just a broad-based spectrum of plans, but to look at that individual, look at their needs, do an assessment, and develop a plan to help them be successful. Another piece of legislation we passed would work with law enforcement and education relating especially to domestic violence and how to deal with offenders who have had domestic violence in their background and victim safety prior to the pretrial stage. And finally, a bill that provides training for public defenders and district attorneys and judges that would provide them more information, factual, substantial, proven data on substance abuse, behavioral health, and its impact and dynamics upon those who are going into our incarceration system. So as you can see, we've done a lot in the state of Oklahoma. It's a big issue for us. We're not proud of being number 1 in the nation on incarcerating women. We have great women in our state, but there are many challenges within the system itself. If we don't, in my state, address these issues, it's estimated that over the next 10 years that we're going to see an increase in our prison population by 25%, that we will have to build 3 new prisons. It will cost the state $2 billion. And so that is why I have been out talking to our legislators and our public to say, you know, is there a better way of being smart on crime to keep people who are dangerous and might cause us harm, that are violent, keep their beds in place for them, they serve their time, but those who have substance abuse, mental health issues, that are low-level offenders, non-violent offenders, are there better solutions, partnering with our communities to be able to find the right type of treatment to keep them from going into incarceration so they can keep their families together, be productive taxpayers in the state, have the life that they certainly should enjoy, but yet also get the help that sometimes people just need in times of crisis in their lives. So thank you for having this summit here today. I think there are great solutions that have been discussed, and I think all of us may be familiar with a statistic, and this goes back to Malika to why did I get involved. We know that children who may have a parent that's incarcerated are 5 times as likely to enter into the criminal justice system because their parent has been through that system and the brokenness that comes with the family. And I think there is a way through smart on crime policies and solutions that we can break that intergenerational cycle of children following in the footsteps of some of their parents, grandparents, to not enter into the system and to produce a healthier society for our state and our nations. So that's why I fight the fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Governor. We've been working very closely with Governor Fallin in Oklahoma over the past 2 years to move reform legislation there. And this past session, Governor Fallin alluded to a real battle. It was a battle, but she was such a champion. She went and personally lobbied legislators. She didn't send her staff. She went and personally lobbied legislators to move her bills. She actually called out legislators who were obstacles to the bills on Twitter. It was amazing. I've never seen anything like that. I was getting texts from like my team saying, check it out, Mary Fallon's naming names, retweet. It was really incredible. You know, and then in the final hours of the legislative session, she called a press conference and read letters from the children of incarcerated parents. And so we started thinking, you know, how can we accurately convey to this group what an amazing voice and what an incredible champion she's been on these issues? And we thought, well, we won't just tell you, we'll show you.
Growing up in foster care, I had a lot of trauma. I was molested, I was physically abused, raped in pretty much every foster home that I was in. I was only 15 when I started selling drugs. I was put on probation and went back home for a while. I started using cocaine, started drinking. I wasn't making right decisions. One day I had all 3 of my kids at home. My baby, she was like 23 days old. But I took too much and fell asleep on the couch. And at the time my son was 5, he called the police. He thought his mommy was dead. I was arrested then for child endangerment and possession. I went to jail. It's sickening that I would put them through that. My biggest change came from admitting that I wasn't a good mother. I didn't think that I deserved my children.
Well, criminal justice reform is a crucial issue for Oklahomans. We know that violent criminals who present a danger to society deserve to be in prison. And we aren't looking for shortcuts to put them back on the street, and we certainly don't want to return them back to their communities unsupervised. But we know in Oklahoma that there are many non-violent offenders in our prison systems.
Our prison population is in a crisis with over 61,000 people under the jurisdiction of corrections. Our prisons are way over capacity, and our prison population is expected to grow by 25% over the next 10 years.
Finding a job when you have a criminal background is devastatingly difficult. Oftentimes when an employer sees that there has been criminal history in one's background, it either goes in the trash or it certainly goes in the bottom of the pile.
Oklahoma's overall incarceration rate is the second highest in the country. 75% of our new admissions in prison are non-violent offenders per statute. The number of drug possession offenders sentenced to prison with no prior convictions has more than doubled in 5 years. My budget includes new money for corrections and treatment, which includes a $50 million bond issue to build wings on a men's and women's prisons for substance abuse offenders and rehabilitation.
My hope of the criminal justice system is that those that we're just mad at, that have just made a mistake in their life or maybe have some type of addiction issue, that we can find a better way to be able to help them get back into society and get back on their feet. And there are a lot of great examples of programs throughout the state and certainly throughout the nation that I think we can replicate throughout the nation that once again help families stay together, help people become productive, employed citizens, and to become valuable, but feel their own value in life.
We are a resilient state made of strong people with a long, proud history of facing challenges head-on and coming out in a better place. Let's get it done.
The afternoon breakout sessions will convene in 15 minutes on floors 7 and 8. Meanwhile, Google presents Love Letters to Incarcerated Fathers.
This Father's Day is my second since the birth of my beautiful daughter, Luna. I understand more than I ever did before, the sacredness in the parent-child bond. But I'm very aware that for too many other fathers, that privilege of hugging your child, of looking at your child and saying, I love you, I am proud to be your dad, is not there. Many fathers spend Father's Day behind bars, while their children grow up without a dad. To end the human suffering caused by mass incarceration, we have to make love the focus. I am honored to present these love letters from children to their incarcerated fathers. Happy Father's Day to all.
Dear Dad,
it's been 8 years since I saw you last.
I want to express myself to you. I haven't done it in a long time.
I just wanted to tell you how much I love and miss you. I miss your terrible jokes, your strange sense of humor, and your ability to make almost anyone laugh.
When you come home, Dad, I want... Next year is going to be a little stressful, taking 4 APs. I want you to see me graduate next year.
Going to attend college in the fall.
I got elected for school to go to a baseball game and throw out the first pitch. I can't wait for you to be out here and for us to try to make up the past 13 years. First thing I want to do with you when you get home is play basketball. I just want to hang out and talk to you.
Hearing your motorcycle, I miss that. So like when I hear other motorcycles come down the street, it's like,
You have helped shape me in a positive way into the person I am today.
Although these memories fill my eyes with tears, it's always a happy moment when you come to mind. I miss you, Vio.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Your one and only baby girl.
Where I was kind of the person going out looking for checks. Just think they're kind of ridiculous.
I guess.
You know what? Like, okay, and then you're going back.
I have a lot of volunteers. It's very cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Mine was late too. I didn't get in until.
And I love my country.
Last night because I was in Frankfurt all day. Health and welfare and Medicaid oversight, and I raced home to get a flight.
I think we're going to get started now.
Okay, Kate. All right, we're just chatting.
All right. So thank you everyone for staying, for those of you who stayed, and for joining us. I'm Nadege Green. I'm a journalist with WLRN, the NPR affiliate in South Florida, and we're just going to jump right in. We have an amazing panel. To my very, very far right is Representative Kim Mosier with Kentucky, in the state of Kentucky. Also, she's the Executive Director of Drug Control Policy in Northern Kentucky. We have Heather Rice-Minus with the Prison Fellowship, where she's Director of Governmental Affairs. She leads the Fellowship's Policy Division, and she also works closely with community-based organizations. We have Teresa Hodge, co-founder of Mission Launch, which is a nonprofit that works with returning citizens, specifically focusing on entrepreneurial skills and technology skills. And we have Professor Geneva Brown with Valparaiso University School of Law, and much of her work looks at the intersections of race and gender in the criminal justice system. So we're going to start with Representative Mosier. If you could just give us a brief intro into the work that you're doing with Reentry, and then we'll go into some moderated Q&A, but we do want to get to audience questions. Our time has been limited a little bit because of some of the overruns, but we know many of you have questions for our panelists, and so we'll get to that as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm really glad to be here with everyone today, and I'll just echo and say thank you for sticking around. I know it becomes a long day. So my background is nursing. I started in neonatal intensive care and flight nursing, and over the years I did a lot of work with the Kentucky Medical Association Alliance and medical legislative issues, stepped into kind of this political role, and helped out with some legislation on the opioid issue back in 2013-14. And then we decided, once some legislation passed, to open the Office of Drug Control Policy in Northern Kentucky, and so I head that up. My job as Director of Drug Control Policy in Northern Kentucky is to identify gaps and barriers in the continuum or the lack thereof. And one of those glaring barriers and one of the gaps in our system in working with the court system, drug courts, is the issue of women in prison and women in addiction. And so we have, I'm really abbreviating my notes, as you can see. But we have a lot of really strong programs happening, but one that I'd like to highlight really is one in the Campbell County Detention Center. Campbell County is one of the counties that I oversee, and we have this great program in our local jail, which really has provided that continuum, and it's a 6-month treatment program. We're working very closely with the judges in drug court and making sure that the women who are incarcerated are able to really complete the program. And then part of the program is to surround them with the support that they need when they are released. And so the women participate in the treatment program. They come up with their own plan, and they really, they almost present a portfolio at the end of it. And so they're surrounded with folks from the health department and the local hospital, and Brennan Center for Recovery really helps with a lot of the job training and continuing education, child care issues, transportation, safe, stable housing, all of those things that we know are really going to help the women kind of reunite with their families, strengthen the families. We know that children who are born to women who have an addiction issue are really kind of stuck in a cycle through no fault of their own. And the only way to help the children and help the families really is to help the mom. And so that's what we're focused on, really supporting the mothers in a multitude of ways. There are faith-based groups. Like I said, we really try to identify everything that the mom needs up to 2 years following incarceration. So it's a really robust program. It's a great model. It's something that really can be dropped in any community, and we've talked about that. This is probably not unlike some of the programs that are going on, hopefully in your areas, but that's really, I guess, what I'll focus on in light of our time constraints, and certainly I can elaborate on that and anything else in my notes as we get going.
And I'm Heather Rice-Minus with Prison Fellowship. For those of you who aren't familiar with Prison Fellowship, we were founded by the late Chuck Colson, who was special counsel to President Nixon. And because of his involvement in the Watergate scandal, he actually landed himself in federal prison. And he promised the men he met there that he would not forget them. And when he got out, he founded Prison Fellowship, which is today the nation's largest ministry to prisoners and their families. We're very active in providing faith-based programs in a holistic way that really address a variety of people's needs, introduce them to Christian principles, match them with mentors and churches that will be welcoming to them when they come home, and have a lot of focus on women's facilities throughout the country. My role at Prison Fellowship focuses on our criminal justice reform. Because of Mr. Colson's involvement in politics, he recognized that we can't just do something to transform individual lives. We also have to transform the criminal justice system, and we need to address injustices when we see them, as Senator Booker was talking about today. And there are concrete action steps we can all take. I don't know about you all, but I was very encouraged and motivated to hear Senator Booker speak this morning and just kind of give us marching orders. And so in case I don't get an opportunity to do so later, there are some materials in the back on one of these tables at the very far back that I've laid out, tips about advocacy, also our Angel Tree program, which provides gifts to children on behalf of their incarcerated mom or dad, that I encourage you to take a look at. And there may also be a resource coming around if you're interested in signing up for our Advocates Network, so you can be informed of justice policies that are coming down the pike, and how to contact your legislator. You're welcome to sign up for that. And there's also, if you sign up, there's free copies of this Outrageous Justice book that you're welcome to take in the back as well. And I look forward to talking to you all today about some of the reentry policies that we work on to make sure that there's programming in place, not just after people are released, but also, reentry really needs to start far before people are back in their community. We need to be giving people the skills and connections to their family and all those things as soon as really arrest starts, not even before someone lands in prison. And then also we need to be looking at collateral consequences of conviction. When people get out, it's very hard for people to find a job, a house, even to volunteer or to go to a parent-teacher conference with your child at times. And so all of these are the challenges people with a criminal conviction face. Particularly women have some very unique challenges, and those are some of the things we're trying to address at the state and federal level, bringing back some of those collateral consequences through reforms at the state and federal level.
My name is Teresa Hodge, and I guess I could piggyback right where Heather was talking about. We need to make sure that we begin working on reentry when a person knows they're going to prison. For me, I served a 70-month federal prison sentence as a first-time white-collar nonviolent person. And if I back up, we've heard a lot of statistics today. And I can tell you that I am a person who did not fit that profile of a lot of the statistics we heard, although I was incarcerated with a lot of women who do fit that profile. And for me, I felt like it was very important that when I came home that I showed my face, my voice, and I told my story to speak about that other percentage of women who go to prison who we don't necessarily see or identify with. What I can tell you is that since coming home from prison, and I think I'll just start there, is what has worked best for me is knowing that I had a good support system. I left a good support system. I had a good support system that was there for me throughout my entire incarceration. I was a person who went to prison when I was 44 years old. I had put my daughter through college. A lot of women don't have that as their testimony when they're in prison. So I went to prison with 20 plus years of professional experience, While I was in prison, I spent that time watching, listening to the stories of the women who I heard. What I knew for sure was I had the ability to come home and get my life back on track. Hearted, because I knew that many of the women who I had encountered would not have that same fate, and that bothered me. And so since coming home, I co-founded Mission Launch with my daughter, Lauren Hodge, who was graduating from college, who is sitting here today. And in the front row, raise your hand, Lauren. As a mother, you take these liberties. And so I co-founded Mission Launch with Lauren. And Mission Launch is a hybrid of who we are. I was an entrepreneur prior to incarceration, and when I was in prison, Lauren enrolled at Johns Hopkins and was getting a degree in Master's of Science in Information System and had an undergrad in sociology. So we brought our worlds together, and we tried to be innovative in this space and to look at entrepreneurship. A lot of women, when they're coming home from prison, they're not going to get a job. And if you're not going to get a job, you have to create a job. And so it was a matter of how can we help people create a job. It doesn't mean that you're going to start the next tech company, but it might be you're going to clean enough houses to take care of you and your family. And we started looking at technology, and interestingly enough, technology is underutilized in the criminal justice space. And so we wanted to see, could we innovate solutions around reentry that would make it more efficient? Technology has been used to lift countries out of poverty. And so the thought was, can we do the same thing for the 70 million Americans that are living with an arrest or conviction record?
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the Justice Action Network for inviting me on this panel, and I'm honored to be here with the women who are representing different organizations. I'm the only attorney on this panel, so I will speak from that perspective. I'm a former public defender. I was a public defender for nearly 10 years in the state of Wisconsin. And I saw a lot of, during the peak of the war on drugs, a lot of my clients were to go to prison. And it seemed that no matter what I said, no matter what I did, no matter how good my sentencing argument was, my clients were going to prison, especially those who were charged with felony drug offenses. And so that actually stirred me in my scholarship when I transitioned to teaching at Valparaiso University Law School, to write about my experiences, but more so to write about the experiences of why the laws are different when you're an African-American person, when you're Latino, when you're poor, why when there's uniform drug use, it seems to be an overexposure of African-American, Latino, and poor people in the prison system. So part of that also is what happens when you get out of prison. I could negotiate a great prison sentence, someone gets out, but unfortunately, statistics show that 2/3 of those people who get out will come back again, and it becomes a vicious cycle. And also the problems of having poor programs while you're in prison don't help you when you get out of prison, which also sets people up to fail. And the other unfortunate part is that people seem to make a lot of money off of incarcerating people and pushing policies that keep people locked up. So I'm here to talk about reentry, but those are the interests that I have. But what I also am interested in are the conditions that women are under, especially African-American women when they get out. Conditions that are imposed on them, not just by federal laws, but by supervised conditions where they may not have a romantic partner, where they are not allowed to live certain places, they're not allowed to associate with certain people, they have to get a job, but they have to report to probation. If they don't report, they get a warrant issued on them, random searches of their homes. So there are multiple levels where it's just hard for an adjustment once you are released from prison. You can't get financial aid only if you go through an application process, if you do drug testing, if you are going to go through a drug education program, where those programs that allow you to do that to actually qualify for financial aid. For public housing, there was a report in 2013 that says even though the federal HUD programs are not onerous, how they're interpreted by the cities where they're in can be onerous. So they run your name if you put in an application, or you come home from an institution, you want to go home, you want to go with your kids, if your kids are in foster care, and you can't get in because you have a prior record, especially if you're a drug offender, you may not be allowed to live at home. If you want to become a cosmetologist, be an entrepreneur. You can't do that. You're not allowed to be a licensed cosmetologist. You can't be a real estate person. So things that would allow you to go meet the conditions of your probation, to allow you to become reentered, fully integrated into society, you're blocked from. So those are the things that I write about. Those are the conditions that continue to alarm me. And also with the new edict that has come down from our most recent Attorney General that basically says we're going to charge drug cases to the maximum. I don't want to see a war on drugs Part 2 happen. So hopefully Senator Booker's initiatives will pass, and what I have to say will be passé. I'd be happy to not talk about this again, but unfortunately, I think this conversation will continue. So one of the first questions, and we're going to get to the audience questions soon-ish, is when we talk about reentry, we have to take into account that a lot of these women are single moms. 80% of the women who interact with the criminal justice system are mothers. Representative Mosier, in Kentucky, you all actually have the distinction of leading the country with the most children who have incarcerated parents, double the national average. So this is supposed to be a conference about solutions, specifically what is happening when you talk about reentry as it relates to single mothers in Kentucky and some of the other spaces we occupy for sure. But like, what policies are in place right now in Kentucky, or what specific programming that you can point to that says this is working or this could be working better when it comes to reuniting mothers with their children and making sure that they are able to live with dignity and rebuild?
Right. Well, I can speak to some of the things that we're working on in Kentucky. Last session, we did pass a Criminal Justice Reform Act, and that includes a lot of job training and some connection to businesses who are willing to partner and really bring the mothers some experience while they're still incarcerated and moving toward reentry. So they're getting some job training. They are getting continuing education while they're still in prison. But as far as reuniting with their children, I don't know that there's not legislation around that issue, but some of the local policies that we work on in bringing the Nurturing Center, for example, into the program that I talked about. Teaches the women parenting skills and the case management through Brennan Center Recovery Center really focuses on the health of the kids and giving the moms, I guess, tools to really be able to parent her children while continuing treatment and maintaining her sobriety. Maintaining that support system. We have a huge foster care problem, so optimally we want to rehabilitate fully the mom and reintegrate and reunite the family.
Heather, what are you seeing policy-wise, the type of work that is happening or perhaps not happening when it comes to really focusing on the fact that these are single moms? Because being a single mom means you need child care, which is very expensive.
Right.
And so when we talk about things like going out into the job field, get a job, be better, how do you do that when you don't have access to child care?
Right. I think it's more so the lack of what's happening at in terms of policy. Just yesterday we were having a discussion about the federal system, which is a lot of what I focus on is our campaign to Congress. And the federal prison system offers, compared to states, very little good time credit and very little earned time credit. So credit you can get while you're in prison for either maintaining good behavior or doing programs that are going to equip you for reentry. And there's really only one program at the federal level that provides credit off someone's sentence as an incentive to participate in the residential drug abuse program, which has a long waiting list. And so I think one of the things we need to see more so either in policy from the Bureau of Prisons as well as potentially legislation like what Senator Booker has proposed is looking at programs that are actually specific to the needs of women and keep that connection with children who are really oftentimes the forgotten victims of our criminal justice system. One program I will just mention, as I said earlier, is the Angel Tree program through Prison Fellowship. And so that allows moms and dads to sign up to give their child a gift at Christmas time while they're incarcerated. And then churches, they actually fill it out in a little angel that gets put it up at churches on a tree, and then you can select a child and deliver that gift to them. And it's something that we were talking about earlier that I think is a small connection to keep that relationship alive. But if I could call on you just to share, I think it's not just that program, but just in general, how much that means to be able to keep that relationship going.
Right. So when Heather was talking about that particular program, I told her I ran that program at Alderson for the 5 years that I was there, and how it wasn't a small program. It was a huge program because it speaks to what we're talking about today, dignity. It allowed a mother to remain a mother. It allowed a mother to be able to send a gift to her child on behalf of someone else. And so that was huge to the woman, but it was also huge to the family, and it kept the connection together. And if I can transition just a little bit, is that as we're talking about, there's 700,000 estimated people who are returning home from prison every year. That's 700,000 families that we have an opportunity to reconnect. And we can't lose sight of that. When we look at reentry, a judge has made a decision that on that particular date, that person had been punished enough for the crime. And so now it's about what is the path forward for that individual. And so I often think we don't need a lot of legislation. We need people who are in corporations, on jobs, just normal citizens, to have our hearts and minds changed enough that when a person comes home from prison, that we're willing to accept our community members back into our community. They're not estranged from us. They didn't stop being citizens. We've been struggling with this terminology, returning citizens, formerly incarcerated. Like, there's not a good word, because in the end, we're just people who've gone to prison and now we're home. And, if we look at even pay disparities, kind of like nationally, women earn about 66% less, or 66 cents on a dollar for every man. When you start to layer incarceration and some of the other social stigmas on top of that, then what we're talking about is a woman not being in a position to take care of their family. I like what Representative Moser was talking about and all this, because we need holistic approaches. You can't come up with, oh, we need a job, we need this, we need that. I love a program that's a new way of life out in California, because often when women come home, because there was so much trauma associated with their life to go to prison, and potentially trauma while they were in prison, they need a center that just welcomes them, that allows them to come home and to begin to heal from all that has transpired. And while they're healing, all of these other services have to enter. And what we really need is just layers upon layers upon layers of services. And we have to just make sure that if we're talking about criminal justice reform, we can reform the fact that 65% of the people go back to prison. That's something we can do. That doesn't require legislation. That requires community support.
I want to start opening up to some questions, because I'm sure I'm going to get the 5-minute mark, 10-minute mark signed soon. Does anyone have any questions? So one hand shoot up very quickly. There is a mic coming up, and then we'll kind of go around for as long as we can until they tell us to get out. Okay, she's going to pick who she wants.
I'm going to direct this question mostly to Professor Brown. One of the realities of reentry is interaction with probation and parole. And I have heard concerns of people on probation and parole about the restriction of, or this diminishment of Fourth Amendment rights of search and seizure. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Actually, the New York Times did a great story on that. I believe it was a few days ago, about the conditions that offenders face when they are out. And frankly, search and seizure doesn't really apply. You don't have rights as a full citizen as long as you are under supervision. You're also counted as a person who is still part of the Department of Corrections. So technically, you're not free. So it's not that the Fourth Amendment does not apply to you, but you are under still the control and the say-so of the Department of Corrections. So as was just mentioned by Ms. Hodge, you have 700,000 people who are going to be in the supervised population who may or may not make it depending upon the relationship they have with their PO, as we like to say. It depends on the conditions that are put upon them. Will they be humanistic, will they be holistic, or will they be draconian? I mean, is a person allowed to have a support network if that person hasn't met or it does not meet the requirements or the criteria of the PO? There's a lot of power that's wielded there that goes unsupervised. As a former public defender, that's something I can't negotiate. Now, I can negotiate time, I can negotiate credit, but there's not an advocate for that person once they're released.
Next question. And then we'll come around to you.
Thank you very much. I feel like I'm talking. I have a big mouth. I don't know whether it's the mic or me. I'm good. Okay. I just want to, first of all, thank all of you for your presentations, and especially Teresa. My question is really a comment, and it's not a shameless plug because I'm quite proud of it, because we are working, Teresa is on an advisory committee with myself and others, she mentioned Susan Burton, and we've launched a project called Justice Voices, Storytelling for Change. And it's the women, it's specifically focused on women, formerly incarcerated women, mostly African American and women of color, but all women who have traveled the traumas and triumphs of mass incarceration. And the thing that I think is so important that Teresa does and so many other women who have come home whole is to tell their story and to give inspiration to other women, but also to let the general public understand that these people, it's not even about a second chance, it's just about humanity and that their voice matters. So I just wanted to give that plug. I have some bookmarks for Justice Voices, and you can visit it online, justicevoices.com. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is LaShawna. My question is for anybody. I would love to hear from all of the panelists about what are your thoughts about women who have been convicted of violent offenses being excluded from some of the policies and programs that are being created or that have been in practice. So for one example, people in federal prison who are convicted of violent crimes can't get the year off if they do the drug program. Or in this new bill that has been introduced by the senators, they are proposing that women be able to get overnight visits from their children and family members, but they exclude violent offenders from that. And also to bring into the room Michelle West, somebody who a lot of women advocated tirelessly for when women were getting clemency under Obama, and because she has some violence in her charge, even though she's a co-defendant of a man who she went to prison with, because there's some violence in her charge, we believe that she was excluded from that process, which she probably would have gotten clemency had she not had that. So I would love to hear from you guys, and what could you arm us with when we're speaking to people about the importance of including women who have been convicted of violent crimes, who are also mothers and who are also victims of trauma, and who are also oftentimes returning to the community after incarceration. What would you give us to share with people to help them to remain empathetic and compassionate toward those women?
Can we get one person to answer that? I know you want to hear from everyone, but we're not going to get enough time because I know we had a question all the way in the back as well, but is there someone who...
If I can just briefly, if someone else, I'd be happy to shut up. But I think that's the paradox, is that you have thanks to Lee Atwater and the unfortunate use of race and incarceration to scare people is from a long time ago. Violent offenders are used as kind of a scapegoat to frighten people, to keep people locked up. And that's a paradox, because we want to get nonviolent offenders out. We want people like Ms. Hodge to come out to to be rehabilitated. She's a wonderful representation of someone who has the will and ability to rehabilitate herself and also to help others as well. But if she had a violent offense, she'd probably still be sitting in prison. And the irony is that violent offenders actually have fairly low recidivism rates, but a lot of people don't know that. And who's going to be the politician who's going to stand up and say, I want to see violent offenders released because I know that they have low recidivism rates. It just takes one or two bad situations to completely mar an entire program. Lots of states had early release programs, and they didn't necessarily distinguish between violent and nonviolent because they knew the violent offender had a low recidivism rate. But unfortunately, it takes one heinous case, it takes one misstep, and all of those things were wiped out. So if you want to advocate for the violent offender, because I can say that it's going to be a tough practice to do. I don't know who's going to publicly stand next to you, who's going to be a politician, who's going to say that I advocate for this as well. But I think what you have to focus on is the low recidivism rate and unfortunately distinguishing this person from the stereotypes that people have of violent offenders.
Representative Mosier, since you're the only politician up here,
sure.
Did you want to respond?
That's okay, you can pick on me. You know, I guess when I'm thinking about how you break down a problem and you look for solutions, you know, we know that there are assessments. We know that there are different ways of measuring progress through whatever the program is. Hopefully there's a program in the prison where, you know, these women are basically being housed now, and hopefully they're truly being rehabilitated. You know, there's a lot of talk about criminal justice reform, and so I think part of criminal justice reform needs to be looking at how we measure progress and what are the questions that we're asking. What, you know, I mean, put programs in place that actually help the women, even if they have a violent offense on their record. Give them some tools to overcome that. And so I think that, you know, it's maybe not one big blanket policy or one thing that's going to help, but I think putting smaller programmatic policies in place that really help rehabilitate the women and have measurable outcomes. I think that, you know, that's always actual data is very convincing to policymakers. So, you know, I think that when we're developing our programs, we need to think about putting some things in place that allow women to move forward. I hope that helps.
May I just add one quick thing to the question of eligibility for programming? One thing, there's pros and cons to either way of doing this, but what often happens for political reasons is that violent offenses, people with violent offenses get, that's written in as they're not eligible for those. One thing that's happening as a discussion point is, should we shift from just creating eligibility based on someone's offense to should we create eligibility based on risk assessment? And so that gets back to recidivism rates and other factors. And so that's one way someone doesn't have to say, take kind of political heat for supporting violent offenses, if you will, but allows a more nuanced way of looking at whether someone should be eligible for an early release date, and incentivizes programs for people. We want to get programs and participate in programs, right? So I just wanted to mention that quickly.
We had a question straight ahead.
Hi, ladies. Thank you so much for being here and for what you're doing today. I'm a person who never intends to get married and have children, and so when I'm in discussions about womanhood and the entire discussion is about motherhood, it kind of bothers me. So I'm curious to know, what is the difference in reentry needs for women who are not mothers?
The reason we started with motherhood is based off the data. 80% of these women are single moms, and so it's not to say the 20% who are not worthy at all. But, you know, it's when we're having this discussion, it was talking about specifically who is broadly impacted and what are the resources available. And since this is about solutions, I think it is important that we talk about the solutions, right? And this is potentially a solution for 80% of the people who interact with the criminal justice system, is that childcare is a big issue that could keep someone from getting a job or having access. And so that's why we're talking about that. And because we know in Kentucky, for example, nearly 13% of children have parents who are incarcerated. And so we are talking about it because it is based off of the data that exists. But that's not to say that single moms, women who are not mothers, single women who interact with the criminal justice system are not part of this conversation. I wish we had longer because we would touch on much more broader topics. But to answer your question, that's why you heard quite a bit early on about motherhood.
And if I can just add to that, all women who are coming home, for the most part, are going to need the same thing, whether they're mothers or not. You're going to need a job. You're going to need a place to live. There's just basic fundamental needs that have to be met, regardless of what your family structure is or the decisions that you've made around your own reproduction and whether you're going to be married or not. So I know a lot of women who were single and did not have children and still don't have children, but their needs are the same as my needs when we came home from prison. And I'm going to just throw in real quick for LaShania's question, which is 95% of the people who are in prison come home from prison. We are not going to reform our system by focusing only on nonviolent offense. We have to focus on that population as well. And we have to look at the fact that none of us want to be locked into a single thing that we've done, even if it's our worst mistake in life, and be defined by that forever. As people are going through the prison system, they're changing, they're evolving. None of us are the same that we were 10, 15 years ago. You know, thank God, probably many of us might even say. So, you know, we have to allow people to be able to move beyond their, criminal background. And, from a fiscal responsibility, if you're a conservative, if we do not help people when they come home from prison be able to become self-sufficient, then we are leaving a strong dependency on states and local governments that we can't afford.
Absolutely.
And just briefly talking about women who hadn't planned on being mothers, there are women who are raising other women's children who maybe hadn't planned on being mothers, who are either through foster care, through being an aunt, through grandparenting, when you're thinking your parenting is over. So even though we're talking about motherhood, we have to open our concept of what motherhood means, and that as a community, we're raising children, and that as a woman who's coming back, who is someone's child, not just whether or not that person has, someone who's coming home to a mother and sisters, extended family. So I just say, let's open up our ideas of what motherhood and also what family means, and that it's not a term that's meant to be narrowing. It's actually meant to be far broader than what we understand, and that women with no children, women who aren't married, women who I'm saying all that basically just to say, for us to have no more Women Unshackled conferences, for us to have successful reentry, we need a positive, holistic environment for women to return to.
I saw a hand peeking.
Hi, can you speak to the recidivism rates of women with violent offenses versus that of women who don't have violent offenses? I'm not sure if you know the statistics at all, but you mentioned it was fairly low. I'm sorry, Professor Brown.
Sure, it is. I am speaking an aggregate, so I can't with 100% certainty say women who are committed violent offenses are less likely to. But I can certainly tell you that women who are charged with violent offenses are sometimes charged as a co-conspirator or as an accessory after the fact or as an accessory along with. So maybe they're not the person who actually committed the violent offense, but unfortunately, they made some poor dating choices, or this is a person who they've been romantically linked to. So once that person's involved, you decide to give that person a ride. You don't know what that person's engaged in, or you do know what that person's engaged in. Whatever the criminal activity that leads you to be caused to be a co-conspirator, you're charged as though you had actually committed the murder yourself or the violent offense yourself. So those are women who are caught up and labeled in things that they may not have done. And statistics do show that women are becoming more violent, but I think also as part of a community that has seen increases in violence as well. And women, Black women in particular, because I do domestic violence work as well, I direct a domestic violence clinic. Black women are atypical when it comes to victimology because we have a tendency to fight back. And because law enforcement comes into a situation where they don't understand culturally, Black women will defend themselves. They end up being labeled the violent person. So it's interesting what violence means depending on who the person is, who's the victim, who's the offender, and what the cultural context is.
And Heather, was there something you wanted to add on that?
In terms of the statistics?
Yes.
I don't have a breakout for men versus women in terms of violent offenses, but just that I always find it unique when people tend to think of higher risk individuals as those who commit violent offenses. So oftentimes, as the professor said earlier, their rates tend to be lower than nonviolent offenses, and oftentimes that can be linked to substance abuse or mental health issues that are associated maybe with lower level crimes, but prevent that person from really leading a new life, whereas someone who commits a violent offense, it may be in the heat of passion and a one-time kind of thing. So.
I have some statistics.
Oh,
here.
great.
There you go.
See, my notes came in handy. So I have that of the 3,065 women in custody, 899 were drug crimes, 742 were property crimes, so theft probably, 699 were DUI and public order crimes, and 534 were violent offenses. So there.
So on that note, we have to wrap up. I got my sign. But if you would like to continue this conversation, all of the panelists are here. Feel free to get cards afterwards. They are on Twitter. Their @handles are inside of your booklets. And so we can definitely continue this conversation outside of this room, and hopefully these conversations will continue outside of this room. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Please take your seats. Women Unshackled will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Holly Harris, Executive Director of the Justice Action Network.
So I hope we're all feeling refreshed after another set of breakout sessions. Really enjoyed mine, and I hope you all feel like you're learning a lot, and I hope you'll take the information that you get here and again go back home and call up your legislator and urge action. Better yet, run for office and act yourself. So, we talk a lot about the bipartisan nature of the reform movement, and it's almost become cliche. But think about where we are in this town right now. And then consider how rare it is to have Congressman Collins, followed by Senator Harris, followed by Governor Fallon, followed by Senator Booker, followed by our next speaker, Representative Mia Love. Right, left, right, left, right. It's rare and it's special, and we're really, really proud of them and proud that so many people have shown up in support of this issue. Another rarity is a congresswoman or a congressperson who is so amenable and so easy to work with. We called up Representative Mia Love's office on International Women's Day, and we asked her to co-author an op-ed with us on the plight of incarcerated women. Well, we make a lot of requests to members of Congress, and sometimes we don't even get a call back. Well, within 5 minutes, Representative Love had agreed to co-author the op-ed. And by the way, her staff is easy to work with, which is also lovely, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Representative Mia Love, who will give some remarks, and then we'll be joined by Google's own Malika Sadasar.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have to tell you, it's easy when you have an issue you want to talk about to say yes to. So we couldn't be happier to be here today and talk about an issue that is so incredibly important. Criminal justice reform has been a priority of mine since very early on in my congressional tenure. Last year in Congress, I co-sponsored and co-introduced numerous bills, some of them comprehensive, others a little more simple, and some that are a little bit more tailored to the issues that we have to address. It would help our justice system take a smarter approach to fighting crime and changing behavior. This Congress, I've continued to work and look forward to the day that we can see some changes finally implemented. I have to tell you how frustrating it's been for me. Neither Chamber of Commerce has actually brought forth criminal justice reform legislation, especially because it's got such bipartisan support. I have to tell you, the first press conference I ever did coming here was on criminal justice reform, and it was think tanks from the very left to the very right of the political spectrum were all there in support of this very important issue. As you can see from today's event, so many people participating, this is obviously something that we can find common ground on. I think that we should take advantage of bipartisan issues in Congress, especially because there's so much that divides us. I think there's actually a lot more that we can do together that binds us together as American people. And if we actually focus on those issues, we'd get a whole lot done. If you see the vast majority of people in prison, a lot of them will be released to return to our communities. They will return to a hopeless situation, and we have to ask ourselves, is this situation going to continue to be hopeless for them, or will people have the opportunity for redemption? Will their time in jail or in prison be a positive, transformational experience, or will it create bitterness and create this revolving door that leads in and out of prison? In short, we have to ask ourselves, do we believe that people are assets that can be developed or liabilities that need to be managed? I think that we simply cannot afford, morally or financially, to restrain our human potential. One of my constituents told me about his daughter, who entered the juvenile system as a teenager due to drug use. This young girl could have done anything and been anything. And I still think that she can be. But since her initial entry, she has struggled to find success and satisfaction. Why? Because first of all, she was actually sentenced because of the minimal sentencing requirements, where the judge wished and hoped that he could have worked with her, because her issue was so minor that it wasn't anything that would have prevented her from going on, and she just needed a little bit of a boost. And certainly the time spent with her parents and with role models was better than the time that she spent in prison. Entering the juvenile system and entering the criminal education system, is what I call it, was very difficult for her. And so she has spent years going in and out of that revolving prison door that we talked about. As a mother, you can imagine how that would break my heart, and how, you know, there are times where our children find themselves in situations that it's very difficult to get out of, and all they need is someone to believe in them, to help steer them in the right direction. And we are part of actually making their lives a lot worse than it could have been. Unfortunately, her story is not unique. And the problem is not small. Millions of Americans have criminal records. A recent estimate places that number of felons in the U.S. at or above 20 million. Given the implications of criminal record, that means about 6% of our country or more has no chance of upward mobility. If you think about that 6%, it's a lot bigger than that, because we're talking about people who could be contributing members of society. How much that affects the people that are around them. A lot of women especially have children, how that affects their children's lives and how they're able to grow up. It's a snowballing effect that we have to stop. The families of those incarcerated, or the criminal records, the vast majority of these may be men, but that means that millions of women are raising children on their own. As for a growing number of women going to prison, the majority of those women are mothers. As you can imagine, the adverse effects on our children are absolutely devastating. So the cycle continues from generation to generation. We must break this cycle. There's a poet by the name of John Greenleaf Whittier who once wrote, "Of all the sad words of tongue and pen, the saddest are these, what might have been." We can't keep asking ourselves the question of what might have been. I think that that's beneath us. We can't afford to continue to have a significant portion of our countries living outside of the light of opportunity. We cannot afford to allow our children to be continue to go through this revolving door of criminal education, which we call prison. So I think that's why we're all here today, because we all realize that we have a part to play in all of this. We all realize that rest is not for the living, that all of us, no matter what we're doing, have an obligation to care for those who cannot care for themselves, and be able to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves, or at least give them the opportunity, for crying out loud, to stand on their own. So, I pledge to continue, if you will pledge to stand with me, I pledge to continue to push for reforms that save lives at all stages of growth and development, and to show the world that we, the United States of America, is truly the land of opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to be here today and to be part of such a great cause. I look forward to speaking to you a little later. Thank you.
Thank you for those beautiful words. So you are a rising star in the Republican Party. And I want to understand better, why is it that you have taken on justice reform and justice reform for women and girls as part of your defining leadership on the Hill?
Well, my principles are the same. I believe that, in this country, no one is predestined to be poor. I've always felt that way. My parents came here with absolutely nothing, and they had the opportunity to work hard and give me the opportunity to not just achieve my dreams of being, working and being able to provide for my family, but to also give back, and taught me the responsibility of that the world doesn't revolve around me. And I think that that's a responsibility that we all have, not just for ourselves and for our children, but we have to use our gifts and our talents to be able to, for the betterment of our families, for the betterment of society, for the betterment of our country at large. And this, I feel, is a cause worthy of that attention, because we, first of all, have to be able to stand up, but we certainly cannot be part of the policies that actually prevent people from opportunity, which to me is one of the reasons why we have this, there's a snowballing effect, because issues like the minimum sentencing requirement literally cuts off that opportunity. So everything I do comes from the lens of being a mother who loves my children, and certainly wants opportunities for too many of us who are vulnerable and do not have those opportunities.
So, so much of our conference today has centered on the lives of women. But we haven't really had the chance to talk about our girls. And much of the work that you've done around justice reform has been centered on the lives of young folk in terms of expungement for juveniles and the Mercy Act. And, part of what I heard when I was a human rights lawyer dealing with women and girls subject to incarceration was that we have so many girls who have been subject to sexual violence. And are then locked up in detention and put into solitary. And they tell stories of how when they were in solitary, they tried to cut themselves, because the fear and the anxiety of going through that kind of sexual violence and then being put in solitary was so damaging. Wondering if you could talk more about this issue and the Mercy Act.
Well, first of all, I want to say I don't know if you've been thanked enough for the work that you've done, but I really appreciate the efforts that you have done. It's a great example of how we all have a part to play in this. But, when you talk about these young girls and there's so many things that have hurt our young women, and the problem is there's not enough attention to the growing amount of women that are actually being incarcerated. And there are 4 reasons that we can actually address. Too many times we address the symptom of the problem and we don't address the problem itself. We can spin our wheels, throw money at an issue, thinking that we could feel good about ourselves and say, you know what, we threw money at this and this is perfectly fine, when we haven't addressed the problem. So I'll give you an example. I work on financial services. I took on the task under my subcommittee of terrorism and illicit financing to follow human trafficking and the funds that go towards human trafficking. Now, a child that's been trafficked, I can tell you right now, has a greater chance of being incarcerated than someone who hasn't. You have to understand the mental abuse that goes with that, the struggles that they have. So usually people that, it doesn't start off by saying, hey, by the way, I'm going to commit a heavy crime. Usually it's drug use, abuse, sexual abuse, knowing that that's what their lives, that's what they know. They go back to what they know. So a lot of these young women have boyfriends that exploit them. That's why that work is so incredibly important, because I'll tell you, and I have so much respect for the men that are in this room, by the way. Thank you for being here. I have to tell you that when a mother is out of the picture, it affects so many people. So that number of, even though we have 93% of the people that are incarcerated are men, 7% are women, this issue is not, we have to really pay attention to that number. It's growing, and it affects more people. Because, like I said, the majority of the women, 60% of the women that are incarcerated, are actually mothers.
That's right. And there's such a powerful connection between maternal incarceration and the trafficking issue, right? I know that when I worked with girls who had been trafficked in this country, most of them talked about their mothers being behind bars. And it was because their mothers were behind bars that they were so vulnerable to the trafficker.
Right.
So continuing with the issue of our girls, we also know that there has been a remarkable movement that many folks here have led to end the practice of shackling in our state. So Miyosi Benton, wherever she is, has been such a powerful leader in ending the practice of shackling in New York State. And Women in Justice, Tamar Kraft-Stoller as well. And we now have an effort to look at the issue federally in terms of the legislation that Booker has put out. But we also shackle our girls. And so I'm wondering, as someone who has been such an advocate for our girls and is looking at the justice reform issue, what can we do in detention centers around our girls who are pregnant and give birth and are shackled? Is there something that can be done at the state level? Is there something that can also be done at the federal level?
So I'm a little biased because my background is as a mayor, and I have to tell you that in the 10 years that I have been involved in municipal government, I loved it because not one issue in the 10 years that I've worked there was a right or left issue. It's not like we can drive over a pothole and say we're going to fix the right side of the road, right? We go to the same schools, our children go to the same schools, we shop at the same stores, we drive the same roads. So I believe that a lot of the effective solutions can be found, and we need to support some of the issues that are, some of the, I would say, programs on a lot of the local levels, because they are tailored. Especially for some of the women that have these problems. There's a group that we work with called Atherton in Utah. It's probation officers that have a resource that they can send women to. There are 60 beds there. I wish that we had so many more programs like that, because they literally tailor the programs for what that specific person needs. So whether it is sexual abuse, and because you can't move forward unless you actually get the help that you need. Some is mental abuse. Some of it is being able to find resources where they could provide for them, for their children. A lot of times, the biggest problem that people have at the bare minimum is the fact that they will leave prison for something that is incredibly minor. And then they can't get work anymore. They can't find a place to live. They can't do anything. They're literally shackled. And so what do they have? Where do they go? They go right back to the place that, sent them to prison to begin with. And all of a sudden now you've got, a larger percent of women that are there for more severe crimes. So again, we have to volunteer, and these are the things that we do. Whether you're sitting there asking yourself, what can I do right now? There are so many community centers that are out there that desperately need help, desperately need volunteers. Little things that you can find. There is always something each and every single one of you can do to help support that. My job here is to make sure that we unshackle, first of all, the criminal justice system, that we unshackle individuals, that we unshackle states, and remove a lot of the issues that really hinder these programs from being able to take flight.
So I know you have a hard stop at 3:30, so I just want to ask you one last question, which is also, I think, our marching orders, which is that I know you want to see bipartisan criminal justice reform happen. What can you ask of this room to help push that type of legislation through?
Well, I think it was mentioned earlier, a lot of times, too many times, with the colleagues in Congress, it's out of sight, out of mind. Everybody is concerned about so many other issues that they forget, again, that there are things that we can work on together. If we literally start dealing with the issues that we all agree on, we can get so much done. This country would be, completely, different. So, you know, one of the things that we can start on is by having a bipartisan effect call. Say, this is something that's important to me. If you need me to help you with this issue, I'm happy to help you. And when somebody actually does something, too many times we hear about the things that we're not doing. It goes a long way to call someone and say, thank you for supporting that piece of legislation. I can't tell you how many times someone has actually, if it's one person that's called me and said, hey, this is really important to me. I don't always agree with you, but I agree with you on this issue, and I'm here to support you on this issue. It makes me just want to do more and reach out more, because I feel like I'm responding not just to one side of the street, but both sides of the street, right? So those are the things that you can do. Too many times we focus on the doom and gloom, that we don't focus on the things that we can do together.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
So nice.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our last speaker for the day has represented Houston, Texas in the United States House of Representatives for more than 20 years. She is the first female ranking member of the House Judiciary Subcommittee for Crime, Terrorism, Homeland Security, and Investigations. She co-chairs the Congressional Black Caucus's Justice Reform Task Force and has worked across the aisle to champion issues like reducing prison populations, making it easier for women to find employment after release, supporting youth in contact with the justice system, and strengthening programming for those in the justice system with drug and mental health challenges. She has also championed legislation that would establish critical stage developmental nurseries in federal prisons for children born to inmates. It is my honor at this time to welcome Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Please join me.
It looks like a lot of unshackled women in this place. Let me thank you so very much for the invitation. And as well, it was good to see my dear friend, Congresswoman Love, because we have co-sponsored bills together. And therefore, it is evidence that criminal justice is nonpartisan and bipartisan. I want to... and pain can be felt everywhere. So if we all understand the pain of incarceration, we can put aside any differences and come together to be problem solvers. I'm delighted to be invited, and I thank Holly Harris of the Justice Action Network. I thank my good friends at the Brennan Center for Justice. I just saw them in the hallway for the great work that they're doing. And I thank Google and the other corporate sponsors. What an excellent interview. Thank you so very much. I'll volunteer the next time. But you did an excellent job, and I thank you for that. So it is my task to get you to put on your running shoes, not even spend time tying them up, but really bursting out of this door and saying, send me. And that is the philosophy that I begin these remarks. That is somewhat of a biblical phrase, but I've heard it said by many who have been major speakers at great events, and they have said that when the nation needs you, when a cause needs you, it is the question of each and every one of us, patriots that are in this room, to be able not to be asked, but simply to say, send me. Send me into battle, send me to be able to help make a difference, send me to be able to help those who are most vulnerable. We know that over the last 2 weeks, our friends in Chicago have experienced a dastardly exposure to violence. And I know that we're talking about women incarcerated, unshackled, but I could not come to the podium and not mention the hundreds that were killed over the 4th of July holiday. I think 100 not killed, but gun violence. And then over this last weekend, some 50 plus, 11 dead in Chicago. An example maybe of other cities may not be as pronounced as Chicago, but every one of us know that we've experienced and seen violence. Well, incarceration of mothers is violence. And the increasing numbers that women are facing with violence is, of course, a dastardly number. Let me share with you that over 1 million women are incarcerated. 40% of the criminal convictions of women are drug-related. 92% of women in prisons have been battered and abused, and women of color are overrepresented in the prison. Many of us have come to experience the incarceration of women by the reality show The Color of Black is Orange, a very probative, or whatever the other name of it is. Tell me, did I get it right? Orange is Black. All right. Tells you that I look at it from the eyes of all of you. But you got what I was saying. It is correlated. In any event, that means that we do have issues that we should be concerned of. So I'm going to do an announcement. My first announcement is that the Criminal Justice Subcommittee will hold another hearing on the issue of juvenile justice. It's open. It is a hearing, but it will be on this coming Thursday, if you happen to have the available time, at 10 a.m. in the morning in room 2141. Of course, there's no charge to come through the federal building. Your capital belongs to all of you. 10 a.m. The title is Gangs in Our Communities, Drugs, Human Trafficking, and Violence. You know that women are wrapped up in that. Now, the witnesses will include some of the gentlemen wanted to offer, law enforcement officers. We have a great deal of respect for law enforcement officers, individuals who've dealt with drugs. The witness that Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee will be offering is Dr. Slutkin. You must Google him, who heads the organization Cure Violence. He's flying in from Chicago to talk about the disease of violence and how we can confront it and why we should not be subjecting ourselves to the only way of dealing with these terrible issues is lock them up. And so I think he will be an extraordinary, different voice. I know when I first heard him, I was more than impressed by his enthusiasm that he's going to cure violence. And I would encourage you, if you could, to come and hear whether he's going to cure violence. But I wanted to have a provocative statement in contrast to good works, but also to recognize there are other things that we could be doing. So let me quickly say to you that there are solutions, and there's help, and there should be help for women who are incarcerated. It came to my attention of the impact that happens to the many women who are found to be pregnant when they become incarcerated and wind up giving in birth while they're incarcerated, and the treatment of the old days and the most recent days that separates this mother and child, that breaks this bond, that takes this baby from the arms of this mother, which immediately condemns that mother as being bad. The mother has circumstances. I do not call her bad. I do not call her someone who is not able to be, in essence, in the faith community, redeemed. And so we have a bill called Stop Infant Mortality and Recidivism Reduction Act, which permits the Bureau of Prisons to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the federal prison system for pregnant offenders. It establishes a pilot program of critical stage development nurseries for children born to inmates. We want to do that now. That's part of the criminal justice reform package that looks holistically at all of the people who are incarcerated. The bill's purpose is to reduce preterm birth out of anxiety so that she gets prenatal care, bond with their infants during critical stages, and stop the increased infant mortality rate, which, by the way, the infant mortality rate is highest of mothers having babies born while they're incarcerated. And the separation, sometimes there is a family member, sometimes there's not. It has triggered an enormous amount of support from the National Organization of Women, NAACP, Our Children, International Cure, National WIC Association, Planned Parenthood, Southwest Women's Law Center, and Children's Defense Fund, and I hope all of you. As I listen to the question, what can we do? We can get re-energized and begin to say, send me. Now, let me give you two people that I met personally. Ebony Lawson and her daughter, Michelle. Ebony was incarcerated and pregnant and facing a 3-year. I thought Ebony was in the house. Okay, will you tell I love her? Pregnant and facing a 3-year prison sentence, she joined me when we introduced this bill. Ebony was first denied nursery access, but after an appeal, can you believe it? An appeal to see your baby. She was granted a life-altering opportunity to nurse her child, which, by the way, the bill encourages. Watch her first steps, hear her first words, bonded with her child. This proved instrumental in changing the trajectory of their lives. Listening to her daughter was most powerful. Michelle talking about what a difference it made in her life, how self-confident she is, to recognize that one mistake does not end one's life. It fostered a healthy child and a reformed inmate, turned graduate, and 2 productive members of society. This is what we should be doing to either stop women from being incarcerated. Remember what I said, the intervening factors of drugs and also domestic violence are some of the things that create the pathway for women to be incarcerated. So separation from a child creates severe trauma from any parent. There's an increased risk of early infant death, impaired cognitive and social development for children born to incarcerated women. And the Federal Bureau of Prisons current policy dictates that in most cases, incarcerated mothers must hand their children over to friends, family members, or the foster care system. This is not the way to treat families. And I'll just give you these statistics. We could save billions of dollars if we begin to embrace people as human beings, as families, and to embrace that mother-child relationship and ultimately that father-child relationship. As you well know, there are programs trying to deal with fathers having engagement with their children. But listen to these numbers, $63 to $70 billion annually. It cost the taxpayers for people incarcerated, $32,000 per inmate, $50,000 to $60,000 annually in some states. And so I would hope as we begin to address this question of mass incarceration, we look at several elements as I begin to close. First of all, I can hear Cory Booker and others that spoke, so I've got all the words that they said. And I echo and say, yeah, send me. I'm ready to go, which is what I want you to be able to do. Because it is right that we work collectively together. I can see the oval, big meeting room in the White House with President Obama, number of Republican and Democratic senators, including Senator Lee and Senator Booker, members of the House Judiciary Committee, myself, and other members, Mr. Conyers and others. I think I was, along with Loretta Lynch, one of the few women in the room. And we were all energized that we were going to pass criminal justice reform, and we had passed sentencing reduction. We had brought down mandatory minimums and prison reform and wanted to put a lot of elements to build families so that when people came out, they'd have these skills to go back to their family. And lo and behold, a deadening silence has now fallen, though I would hope and believe that the Judiciary Committee would be receptive to your voices of saying, let's go forward. Let's give something to the administration to sign bipartisan legislation. And let me just say to you, mandatory minimums have been proven not to work. To take away discretion from the judges, in this instance, the federal courts, who have begged us not to do that, and to allow them to make an assessment of what and how that woman should be sentenced. But here's the good news. Not only all of you in this room, but Freedom Works, the American Conservative Union, Generation Opportunity, and Taxpayers Protection Alliance all oppose mandatory minimums. They destroy families. They destroy women. And as you know, the other element is drugs and alcohol. So listen to the Betty Ford Foundation, who's still going strong. While every $1 spent treating addiction saves $4 in other health care costs and $7 in criminal justice costs, only 1 in 10 who need treatment gets it, thereby costing the economy $442 billion. So you can imagine when someone of good thinking, let me be very clear, someone who meant well wants to add mandatory minimums and to put on something called Schedule A all of these drugs that are synthetic. This is the new rage. We know they're devastating. But we have to ask ourselves, is another Schedule A criminalization going to help those who are being victimized? A lot of them are women. Prescription drugs, synthetic drugs, easily accessible drugs, which is one of the reasons I can get this synthetic. It's not yet on the radar screen. So we've got to find ways to intervene, to be able to fight for criminal justice reform, but to not fight the victims of criminal justice reform or criminal justice system, and to be able to embrace them in their lives, and to be able to take this work as a passionate, patriotic work, to be able to get us enthusiastic, put on those running shoes so fast that we're lacing them up as we're running the race. And if we do that, there are women who are now incarcerated today who, though they cannot be eloquent in their voice to say thank you, that you will know as their lives are being reformed, as they are being able to nurse their babies and to bond with their babies and to bond with their toddlers and to make a difference in the life of that toddler and themselves, that our thanks will already come. I am excited about being the first woman to head the Criminal Justice Committee as the ranking member. I hope there'll be an opportunity to continue in that work and to be innovative so that hearings will have non-traditional witnesses who will be sworn and their testimony will be in the records of the United States Congress, saying things differently, having a voice that is different from the traditional, not disrespecting those who have lived a traditional life, but being able to hear from a John St. Germain who came from Haiti and had big eyes and couldn't imagine this big country called America, that he had come to the dreamland but fell upon the streets of Brooklyn. But yet now the young man has written a book as he's gone to the juvenile justice, through the juvenile justice system, come out on the other end, standing up, employed in the juvenile justice reform system, nurturing his own little boy, and able to testify in the United States Congress what it means to invest in people. So I am delighted to have been able to come here today. I skipped some meetings for you because I know that these are the race runners, and I can see that you've got your sneakers on, you've got your Converses on, you've got your Jordans, and I know that I'm behind the times. You've got your Seth and all of those folk shoes on, or maybe you've got Venus or Serena and all of those folk. I'm going to get in trouble, but whoever sneakers you have on, don't stop to tie them up. Just get to running the race and save the lives of so many. Thank you.
Representative Jackson Lee is the original badass woman. And I told my mother I wouldn't curse today. That concludes our... I love it. Thank you all so much for this incredible day. We've learned a tremendous amount. And it was real interesting. One of the reporters that was here today said to me, you know, I cover a lot of women's events, and most of them are about raising awareness, but you all talked about very specific policy solutions, solutions to these problems. And so we will be putting together a report of the top policy recommendations and best practices that were discussed in the breakout sessions. So you all will be armed with documents to take home with you and discuss with lawmakers. I want to remind everyone to please take materials from all of the amazing organizations that participated in today's event. Please engage in social media using the hashtag Women Unshackled. Visit our Instagram booth. Please share this program that's available on YouTube. Share it on your social media. And I'll close with this. Gird your loins, lawmakers. You've got a lot of unshackled women coming to visit you.